Good evening, everybody. Well, good afternoon. I'm so used to broadcasting at night, I've already got it wrong. I am Chaz Draycott, and welcome to Simracersworld TV for the virtual Belcar eSeries. The first round tonight, the Brezan 3 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. After the success of the virtual Belcar event that we originally did as a one-off at Zolder, we have actually got a full series of these endurance races ahead for you, and we cannot wait to get it underway. Joining me in the box tonight, I am honoured once again to be working with the legend that is Hasse Rømer. Hasse, this is going to be a great way to get the championship started, isn't it, mate?
Indeed, Spa, one of the best places in the world to race, and my pleasure to be here in the booth with you tonight, Chaz. I think we are in for a big treat indeed. We've got 4 classes of cars for this 3-hour multi-class event, so expect it to be quite busy there. Congestion zones expected at various places in the track, at various points of the race, but it is going to be a dicey 3 hours for all drivers involved indeed, I expect.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be very, very exciting for us all to see. So what we're going to do then is quickly run you through the classes. You'll see them at the top of your screen now. As we've said, 4 classes here. So you've got the TCR class, which is going to be the sort of mid-pace of the pack. We're going to have the GT4 cars, which probably will be just a little bit sort of quicker than those guys, actually. The TCR probably going to be the slowest. I'm so used to reading it out with the MX-5s from last time that I was thinking that they were going to be the mid-pack, but never mind. Radicals, as you can see on screen right now, Fabrice Cornelis for SimTag Racing won the virtual Belcar, the first event that we did at Zolder, and he's really sort of set the bar after that performance, so we'll see how he can do it here. The second class is going to be the Porsche Cups, the G-Drive Racing Eximia car leading the way at the moment with Steve Clays as the drivers go through qualifying. And then, as we've said, Red Ant Racing Porsche Cup car is a little bit further down in the class there, actually. Apparently, that was a TCR car, but I am mistaken. There's the GT4 car of Tim Claessens, or Claessens. I always get these sorts of names wrong. I don't seem to be able to get my AEs correct. And then Bram van Putten is in the G-Drive RS3 LMS TCR. So plenty of stuff to look at in this race, Hasse, and with half an hour left to go in qualifying, it's going to be pretty amazing that we've got so many cars on track all trying to get their times in. Whether we see an upside-down grid or not is it's going to be, well, yet to see, I suppose, isn't it?
Oh, it really is, and I think these open... Van Putten has a little bit of a twitchy moment there with the rear end of the car. I think these open track qualifying sessions, very true to life, but also something that not everyone will necessarily be hugely experienced with, and it really takes a special kind of nerve to, and also quite a bit of brain activity actually required to find the space on track, to maybe just sit there in the pits, monitor and try to deem when you will be able to find that clear bit of track space for a hot flying lap.
Yeah, and even though it is quite a large circuit at Spa, I mean, it is usually a 2-minute lap in most bits of kit around here. These guys in the Radicals are doing 2-minute 12s. The Porsche Cup cars at the moment are doing 2:20s. We're seeing 2:29s, 2:30s from the GT4 cars. And then in the TCRs, we're seeing 2:33s. So the GT4s and the TCRs, once again, are on quite a similar pace at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, and that's something we've seen in the official series as well, that often it's not really that big of a gap between those two classes, down to, well, often the GT4 cars isn't more than about a second and a half, or maybe 2. I'd expect it to be about 2 or 3 seconds a lap here at Spa. Cornering speeds very, very similar indeed, but the GT4s with a slight edge on top speed compared to the TCRs, but close indeed, Chaz.
Yeah, it's interesting that different parts of the track will favour different cars as well, and that's one of the beautiful things about Spa. It's got a bit of everything. It's got slow corners, fast corners, long straights as well, and it's going to really, really open up what these guys can do here. I'm just going to sort out a couple of things, because as we noticed a moment ago, that Porsche Cup car of Red Ant, which is actually Red Ant Racing as well, Yannick Red Ant, is now, there we go, now we have the right colours on our overlay. That'll stop confusing me. It's very easy to do. We've got a lot of drivers and cars out on track, but that's a very pretty Porsche, that, and just as Jack and I usually do, we're probably going to start running through liveries over the course of the race, aren't we? We've got 3 hours to look at them and say, oh, that's a pretty one, oh, I like that one. And we'll have a favourite one by the end, won't we?
Yeah, for sure. And a very nice particular case of designing there, like the little starry Dutch, looks like a night sky. Beautiful livery indeed of the car, on the car of Redant there. Dicey place to be slow. But nice to see the drivers acting in such a gentlemanly fashion, you could say, and actually being considerate of other people's lap times here coming into the bus stop. Yeah,
there's a bit more space here than at Zolder, where these guys can sort of jump out of the way a little bit. I was just messing about there just to show you the track map on the right-hand side, so you can see them coloured by class now, just so you get a little bit of an idea of where these guys are and how spread out they are in the qualifying session. In terms of the entries, we have 10 Radicals by the look of it. We have 12 of the Porsche Cup cars, 9 GT4 cars and 9 TCR cars. This is one of, well, the only car at the moment that's on track that hasn't put a lap in. This is Bart Ooms in the Pro Oils Motorsport TCR. And that's a very nice, simple livery, but that really works actually, doesn't it? The tricolor down the side of it. It just works really, really well with the white, and it looks like some sort of 90s airline, doesn't it?
It really does, and I think the only thing I'd be afraid of is that it could have a chance of disappearing when you're watching a field of many white cars.
That's very true.
Given that I haven't seen that many whiteys yet, so to say, so very nice design there indeed. It does look striking, but I have to say the Belgian tricolor is certainly one of the best looking tricolors in terms of just artistically, it looks so good, and when you apply it to a racing car,
yeah,
it's beautiful indeed.
It's very bold, isn't it? I mean, even you'll see as well everybody on the overlay on the left-hand side, you know, the black and the red. It's very contrasting, but it's bold and it stands out. You do have also the class stripes on the left-hand side there. So next to each person's position, you'll see the red stripes for the Radicals. They coincide basically with the colours at the top for you. In terms of the names being in black at the top, I will apologise for that. That is my bad for not testing that beforehand. But if I try and start changing text colours now, I'm going to upset a lot of people. So just keep your eyes on that, and you will see the class leaders over the course of the race. Track map on the right hand side, you can see it's very, very busy actually in terms of these guys. It's David de Wit in the Porsche at the moment, the Sky Limit race team, number 69. And just looking at the top of that class, it's Budvin Kuster at the moment that is leading that one. That is EMG Motorsport. And that's another one that is very, very pretty. I was noticing that one. I think they actually had that car in the Zolder race as well, at the Belcar event we did there. And it certainly is a good looking bit of kit. Some of the spec maps, by the way, everybody, may not be on the cars tonight, so if there are some with metallic parts, matte parts, we may not see them. So I do apologise in advance for that, but it can be a bit of a pain to collect them all properly a lot of the time on iRacing. So do forgive us, but we'll do our best to make sure they look good. Rudolf Nagel is second at the moment in the Sim RC Club Sport Radical, and I tell you what, these things are great. We'll go on board for a sec just to see how quick these things get around Spa. And I mean, even though it's a wide track here, Hasse, where it makes cars feel a little bit slower, they're still absolute little rockets, these Radicals, aren't they?
The Radical is an amazing car to drive. It is one of the most entertaining machines, I think, about. It's very, very raw indeed, and on a track like Spa, it's hugely quick, especially through this middle sector where the downforce really comes into its own, and the lightweight of the car as well. And another thing worth mentioning is when we'll see the Radicals up alongside another car, just to mention, just check out how tiny they are. It looks sort of like half-sized toy cars or something when they come up. And it's not like any of the other classes of car are that big, but
I mean, even compared to the Cayman there, look at the size of it in comparison. It's like half the height almost, isn't it?
It's absolutely tiny indeed. So that's I think it's part small monstrous demon, small, but also part like a cute little thing that you want to pet. I really like the Radicals.
Yeah, they say good things come in small packages, and that's definitely the case with the Radical, isn't it? There's so much power, so much downforce and capability, but it's tiny, even compared to the RS3. Look at it, it's like it's a truck in comparison to the RS3. Big spit of flame as well. and that's one thing that they're not short of as well. They do like a bit of pop and bang. Just going down towards the Porsches, Steve Clay's at the moment in the G-Drive Racing Exemia Porsches in third, and I know that you love the sound of the Porsche, so we'll go on board as we go down the Kemmel Straight, and that is just an iconic noise, isn't it? It's probably a little bit too loud, actually. I might have to turn it down at my end, because it's coming through incredibly loud here. Sorry, everybody, if you got deafened by that, but I'm sure you'll enjoy the sounds of the Porsche Cup car. Well,
the Porsche Cup car, indeed the best. What is it, screaming 4-liter flat six, or is it still the 3.8 at this point? I'm actually not sure.
3.8s in the race car, yeah. There is live timing, by the way, guys. I'll just sort you out with the link for that now. I've actually got the YouTube chat set up on a separate PC, so I'm having to type this in manually. So do bear with me if this doesn't work straight off the bat, but I will get there for you, don't worry. We will get there.
Somebody going around there right in front of Steve Clay. He was pretty lucky there not to get his lap impeded too much. At least he hardly even had to take any sort of evasive action. But there, though, into Le Forge, he gets quite a bit of understeer. I think he just carried too much speed, and he just gets out of the way there and cancels the lap indeed.
Yeah, it's very easy to do in that section, isn't it? Because you're trying to get the car turned in while you're also braking at the same time. Very easy to over-rotate any machine around that part of the track, especially with some of it being downhill. The momentum just tries to drag you away from the apex of the corner, doesn't it?
Yeah, really, it's a case of slow in, fast out there in Stabilo and the section before it as well. You really have to be restraintful on your usage of the throttle pedal, and that I think was just a slight bit of over-aggression there from Steve Claes, but he's got almost 20 minutes of this qualifying session still to do. It seems to me that he's, except for these couple of radicals that'll be passing him on the on this lap, I believe, shouldn't have too much traffic apart from that.
Yeah, hopefully they can manage to get some laps in without any of that. Here is Michael Pedersen for Allied Racing Esports Belcar, and well, I love a gradient. I love a gradient on a race car in any sort of design, and that is a very, very pretty Porsche. That has instantly gone to the top of my standings for best livery on the grid, and the colours as well. Absolutely beautiful. He's currently 5th place in class at the moment. He does improve but doesn't go up a position. He's 15th overall. Hendricks as well, just behind. Jesse Hendricks for Dynamics Racing Blue has just improved. Nothing blue about it, though, really, is there?
So just to go through the standings in the different classes at the moment, top 3 in the Radicals. At the moment, Fabrice Cornelis for Simtech in the lead in front of Rudolf Nagel. He's been up there for quite a bit of time, and the gap is just around 1.5 tenths between the two. So it's pretty close indeed. And Jorn van den Akker in the Traxxas by JMW Services. JMV Services it is indeed. He's 4 tenths off of the lead time at the moment in the Porsche Cup cars. We have Jarno de Houw from JJ Motorsport and Boudewijn Kuster in second. Oh, such a wonderful amount of Dutch names. I really get to practice my Dutch here tonight. And then the aforementioned Steve Claes of a well-familiar team, a well-familiar car to any previous viewers here on Simracersworld TV. It's, of course, the always fast G-Drive machines. Yannick Radant for Red Ant still in the lead in the GT4s in front of Tim Claessens and Hans Pullmans. I'm wondering whether Hans Blankart and the car of Hannes Kastekir is actually Porsche Cup cars, or if it's GT4s, because they show in as Porsche Cup cars. The
Red Ant car is actually in the Porsche Cup. It just seems that one of the two drivers had chosen that they were going to be in the GT4 car when they'd signed up, so it seems that on the timing screen it was originally wrong. So if you change that at your end, it should change the colours. It's showing as the right one on the broadcast at the moment, but hopefully we won't get confused on that one, because it's very easy for us to do. Please do forgive us, everybody. And we said hope you guys will be commentating on the EVW Fun Cup Series 2, and unfortunately, Dieter, somebody else has that job. I'm afraid. But if you write a petition or get some signatures for it, I'm sure we can put a case forward. But the guy's doing that at the moment. I know one of the guys that helps out with the Fun Cup. It's Chris McCarthy. Does a great job on that. Chris is a good commentator, so I don't want to be stepping on any toes. Hans Polman, no relation to Hans Moleman from The Simpsons, is second at the moment in the GT4 class for Flemish Sim Sports. I know that our co-commentator Hasse, Jack Werrell, is a very big fan of the Flemish Sim Sports livery, especially when they have the metallic layers on it, because it's just nice and tidy, isn't it, that car?
It does look the part. Tidy. I think there is quite a lot of things happening on it, but it brings memories up of the Look cycling team there in the that was the late 80s, I think, with the kind of the red box there on the other side of the car. But it does look pretty good indeed. Yeah, it does.
You and your cycling teams.
that design, by the way, one of the best looking designs across, I think, all sports. Indeed, it was.
Oh, I hope he wasn't looking in the mirror then. I'm just trying to figure out which one of them that was. I think that was... No, it wasn't Jürgen Knockout. It was... where is he? I'm going through all of the TCR cars. As you can imagine, everybody, some of the liveries we're still not quite used to yet. Let me just scroll down our event viewer and have a quick look. Steph Del News. Oh, no, that was one of the radicals going off that. I think it was Jürgen Knockout. No, he's got a McDonald's logo on the car. That's rubbing it in. Can't go out for a McDonald's during lockdown, I'm afraid. So that is rubbing it in, but I quite like the idea of that livery. It's McDonald's Racing as well. I've just seen that. I've only just noticed. Great commentating, Chaz. Well done. Just trying to see who it was in that, that Audi. Yeah, I can't see if there's any others a bit further down the list that it could have been. So it was one of the grey Audis. Well, I've definitely missed a trick there with one of them, because that was a very, very scary moment to go straight on like that. But still, nobody got hit by any contact. That's the SimTag racing car. We don't seem to have a livery on that one at the moment. He's just pulling out of the way. He's thinking these radicals are flying past too quick. This is Bart de Vos, who is actually showing us Vos de Vos in the overlay at the moment. He is third in the GT4 class, and another nice sort of professional-looking livery there. That's a lot of the time in sim racing, you do get overly complex liveries that you probably wouldn't see in real life. You know, something that may not be feasible, or the teams wouldn't really go for. That is a very believable, nice and tidy livery. That it's really well thought out, isn't it?
Beautiful indeed. Beautiful. Very well worked out and thought through, it seems. Like those color detailings as well. I think the combination of white, dark blue, and the also kind of darkish gold, it brings to mind the Rothmans Williams cars of the 1990s, which is one of the more iconic, I think we can safely say, liveries of racing throughout our times. So good looking one there from Allied Racing Esports Belgium. Yeah,
I agree on that in terms of the old iconic Williams. Who can forget them? They were amazing. They were quick as well. That's the thing. It was often said in Formula One and pretty much most motorsports, if you have a good looking car, it won't be fast. But I tell you what, that Williams certainly defied the rules on that one, as he goes into the pit lane there to probably get some tyres and go back out. Top of the Porsche Cup cars now is Jarno de Houw, or De Houw?
De Houw.
De Houw, yes, in JJ Motorsport. Nice asymmetric livery on that with the red and blue, which swaps around on the front and on the right and the right and the left. You can see the red on the right and the blue on the left. Quite like little details like that. It just sort of finishes off the car. It just shows that they've not just copy and pasted both sides. They've copy and pasted it and then changed the colour of it.
Yeah, really good stuff. That is nice to see. It needs to be done well for it to work. Sometimes it can really be like watching an ogre. And, certainly no ogreish vibes with the JJ Motorsports car. Very elegant indeed, and seems to be a bit of an ado, if you will, to the general theme of the iRacing logo.
Yeah, actually, it certainly is. I'm sure if anyone from iRacing would see that, they'd think, yeah, thank you, boys. Porsche Sports say hi, guys, in the chat. Good to see it. Good to see everybody that is popping in today. We have 254 viewers at the moment. Thank you to each and every one of you. Don't forget to give the video a like. Do subscribe to Simracersworld TV, because this is not a one-off event. Let me just drill that home. This is the start of the virtual Belcar eSeries. We have multiple races in this championship, and we start tonight with the Brezant 3 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. And in terms of the whole season, Hasse, with these long events in front of them, these drivers not only have to be careful thinking, you know, it's a long race, we can't go and make silly manoeuvres, we can't go over the top with our approach to this race, they've got to think about it from the whole season's perspective as well. So do you think that'll calm some of these guys down, or do you think that over the course of the entire season we're going to see, as we see the lovely rendered iRacing crowd there as he goes behind the behind the pit lane, do you think we're going to see these guys stay calm, or really sort of have the pressure on from the get-go, or maybe come back further along in the season to sort of build up the pressure? What do you reckon?
Well, I think it's a tough call to make. I think most of the drivers would like to probably come in with an approach that's, let's try to see how many points we can pick up. But I think also experience tells us that once the heat is on and you're in the thick of it, it can be a little bit challenging to pull yourself out of that state of immense competitiveness, and especially on the opening laps of such races. I think everybody knows that, let's just, you have to take it easy and you have to get it through there alive. And I feel even with this knowledge that, well, it's common knowledge for most people, still see these early race incidents. So even though it's a long season, even though there is a lot of racing ahead of us, I still think we're going to be seeing enough aggression. Also because there is it isn't like it's as simple as you can just say, oh, I'm gonna let off and take it easy, and that's gonna leave me safe. Because if you let off the pressure by too much, you might be getting swamped by drivers behind. That's gonna put you in a dangerous sort of positions, and so on and so on. So getting that perfect balance of attack right, that's never easy.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to know what opportunities to take and when. You really have to have a very sort of flat mindset about this. You really need to keep things calm all the way through every single corner of every lap, even though it's a long season. You have to really think the long game, and that's what makes it more interesting. I mean, a single one-off event is always exciting, especially when it's a longer races. Brampan Button has a moment through Blanchimont there that hopefully he won't be having too many of in the race, because that was a bit scary. But when it is like a 3-hour race that's a one-off, you really do have to be careful all the way throughout it. You never know how many times you'll come past a lapped car that could make contact with you, or just not quite get out of the way. You could misjudge it. To have a full season of that must be very, very nerve-wracking for these guys. And it's going to be great to see how they respond to it as well. I'm really looking forward to the racing we get. This was the car that went off before. This is Stefan Kalbrecht and the BMS Motorsport car. He was, I think it may have been his teammate driving the car that was responsible for going straight on at the bus stop that he's going through now. We'll go on board with the RS3 because we've not been on board yet. The front-wheel drive TCR car. Probably not the slowest class by every stretch of the imagination, because they can sometimes keep up with the GT4 Porsches. But these guys tend to be the ones that will be getting out of the way most tonight, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed they are. And interesting to see how the dynamics is in terms of driving the front-wheel drive TCR machines. We don't see that many front-wheel drive cars in iRacing. I think the Volkswagen Jetta might be the only other one, of course. It
is, yeah.
Hang me up on it, but I think it is. But they're very different to drive than any other race cars. And I think it's a kind of a love 'em or hate 'em relationship to them. The racing, I'm sorry, wasn't even intended to be any kind of parody. I apologize for that. But the racing tends to be really good in it, but they can be a little different to drive and a little difficult to drive with the massive amounts of understeer that you'll experience if you get too early on the throttle in those machines.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm currently hosting a championship using the Volkswagen Jetta, trying to bring it back from the dead, because it's not really that well raced on iRacing currently. I'm running a series using that car with old 1990s British Touring Car Championship liveries, just to add a bit of a comedy factor in. They're sort of jokey liveries, so rather than Nescafe down the side of the Laguna. We've got netcode written on it instead in massive white letters. But just to see the guys drive them, you see the car and you think it's not a very exciting car to look at. It doesn't make a great sound because it's a diesel at the end of the day. But honestly, when you drive the thing and you can chuck it into the corner, get the back end out on the brakes and just plant it, and it sticks to the road like something that I can't say because I'll probably swear about it. But it's a great laugh to drive no matter how slow it is, and because of the sort of pace of it, the racing, like you say, that it promotes, or the racing as you said, is really, really quite exciting because they've got a bit more time to react to what's going on. They're a bit sturdier as a race car. You know, if you were to hit one of these radicals with one of the Audis, and it'd spin it around like a spinning top, but if it was Audi on Audi, a lot of the time you can get away with the contact and you get proper touring car racing out of it. And that's just the difference that you get from each class. And I suppose that's one of the beauties of tonight. We've got so many different cars on track. The Porsche Cup cars are big, fast in a straight line, but they understeer quite a lot. The GT4 cars are quite planted, but they've not got as much power. You've got a lot of understeer in something like the RS3, and then these radicals are little missiles, but they're very fragile. So there's a bit of everything in here tonight, and it's going to be awesome to see how they manage Spa, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's going to require quite a lot also of the drivers to keep a check on like how they're going to treat the different cars in the different classes, because you as you just mentioned, Chaz, the dynamics are very different from car to car, and as such, the drivers will have to take differentiating lines of action, I want to say, when dealing with traffic. Just like being mindful that the Audi might wash wide with oversteer or understeer. I'm sorry, as Cornelius here just about sneaks on through, but.
Really threading the needle, wasn't he? He was absolutely going for it. Awesome to watch. And a great helmet design as well, actually, on his lid there that you can see in the bottom right, using the Belgian tricolour that we've mentioned before. But wow, it's good to see him back up there again, this time for SimTag Racing. He was racing for Radicals Online last time. And it's the Sim RC Club Sport car. Now, Rudolf Nagel is in second place. And these guys were doing really well in the virtual Belcar at Zolder as well. So it's good that some of these guys have come back to give it another go. I'm really excited to see what they can do. Here's the Stasis car, which I was loving at Zolder. You can see all the colours on the actual thing now, a chrome as well. That looks fantastic. I didn't know they had chrome on it, but that's amazing. I love that. That's
absolutely beautiful. Talking about an art car, well, I love myself a good art car.
I don't blame you.
That is right up there. Now, kudos to whoever threw those slabs of paint on that car, because it's come out a masterpiece.
I want to just apologise to everybody because I'm going to break the immersion of the broadcast a little bit here, and we're going to go onto a chase cam. You're going to see the iRacing overlay for just a second, but we're going to have a look around this thing because I think it deserves it. Look at the chrome on it. That is wonderful, isn't it? It really does work very well with the white. They've got that spec map absolutely bang on. I mean, he's got a Porsche car all over him, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of that. I don't know about everyone in chat. Let us know what you think, because that's a ruddy, good-looking race car, that, in my opinion. And they've done a good job. And like you say, the art cars are what add a little bit to it. You know, they're quite exciting to see because you get them as one-offs and they're a little bit exclusive. When you see them in a race, you think, oh, that's out of the ordinary, or, you know, that's not their usual paint. And to witness it is sort of, it's like plane spotting, but for racing cars, isn't it? As daft as that might sound.
Yeah, but it really is, and I do really agree as well. It's the art cars, the specialty that it adds, and the also just the ease of recognition. They stand out, and you spot them right away. Of course, if it was an entire field of art cars, perhaps it'd be a bit too much for the eyes. You'd have to like put on some kind of light dampening or whatever. Sven Janssens here is in 10th in class for Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing. So a bit of a nice long team name there to utter out.
You say that though. You say that. The other car as well is also GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing as well. So those two teammates, very interesting team names among them. Similar liveries which look really nice, but unfortunately propping up the field at the moment. And well, they have certainly gone for the complex names. It's a bit of an amalgamation of two team names, I think. But looking at the iRating, we've actually had Rudolf Nagel go to the top as well, so it just shows how much attention I'm paying. But Fabrice Cornelis is not on pole as things stand, mate.
He is not. He's been sitting there for the entirety of the session, more or less. And that matters all a little in the end here, as he's had a bit of a spinner, I think. Maybe trying to match the time of Rudolf Nagel here. So that means that Fabrice Cornelis is... Oh, he's going to make one more lap. He's going to have one final attempt to claw his way back up onto pole position.
Oh, no, he's not.
Never mind. That's not going to be, because... Was that just a touch of the inside wall there? Or what happened?
Very strange. Let me have a quick look on board then, see what happened. It's like the wheel turns and then it goes, nope.
Oh, he just knows that he's not... Oh, that's that lap gone already there, and it's well and true. I can understand him. A bit of a frustrated tap of the outside wall there at La Source.
And we've also had Jarno de Houw go top for JJ Motorsport in the Porsche class. Top of the GT4s at the moment is still Tim Clayson's. All these guys are in the pits. Attila Sipos for Simtag Racing is actually fastest in the Audi as the session comes to an end. Second is Ben Thanes in the G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR car. Ben Thanes, a regular in the Simracersworld TCR series that I've been broadcasting and commentating on this season, and he is great to watch. So keep an eye on him for this race, because it's going to be a lot of fun. Jeremy Hessels is also in that. He's not always in the wall like that, don't worry. That's not going to be something regular. And I must admit, this is a name I'm very pleased to see, and I'm not sure whether Hasse will remember this one. But Keanu Bourguignon was racing in the Simracersworld 2.4 hours of Le Mans. And by the end of it, I'd given him a lot of different nicknames and eventually concluded that he was Keanu Reeves Beef Bourguignon by the end of the race. And he was such a great sport about it, and especially about the fact that he started flashing his lights and celebrating as he came out the final corner, even though there was one more lap to go. He didn't think that we were going to catch it on the broadcast, but we did. And he was involved in an incredible battle with your Team Simpact car, actually, towards the end of that race, which you might have noticed, Hasse. And he's a great guy, and it's good to see him back out there today, and hopefully we'll see him for the majority of the season, especially in that Flemish SimSports car, because it's a very pretty piece of kit.
Beautiful car indeed, Chaz, and yes, I do vividly remember that set turn of events. There was such a good race as well.
We're
joined by my dog there in the background as well. Even Stella getting madly excited about the Flemish SimSports TCR livery there. It does look fine as well. So approved by a hound, you can say.
Yeah, definitely.
And, if it's approved by hounds, well, if it's good enough for hounds, it's good enough for anyone.
Especially if dogs are colourblind as well. It must be really good. It must be absolutely fantastic. We're looking at Rob Tyson at the moment in the G-Drive car. He is in 18th position overall. He is in 8th in class. And let's just, well, any excuse to go on board with the Porsche and listen to that flat six screaming away as he comes towards Blanchimont. Not sure whether this lap will still count, whether he's had an incident point or not. But a lot of these guys you will see, they'll just think, right, we've got a chance here to just get some more time in on track while the session counts down. Let's get on. Look at the speed they carry through Blanchimont. I wasn't expecting it to go around there that quickly, to be honest, but that was some good commitment, wasn't it?
Full commitment from Rob Tyson here, and he is attacking the bus stop. Oh, and he goes to the pits.
I think he might have made a mistake and styled that out there, because I don't think that was intentional. I'm not sure. Really not sure on that one.
No, I mean, I think he caught both of us out there. He was really... I was expecting him to go for the line and be looking at the times there, maybe to see an improvement in the final seconds of qualifying here. That said, I don't think we have any more cars. What do we hear is Laurent Kiersmakers, who's...
I don't think he's on a lap. I don't think he got one in time, but he's just thinking, well, there's another minute or so of the session. May as well stay on track. I'm glad you said his name, because I don't think I would have got it right first time round, but that's why we've got you here, Hasse, because you know these names better than I do. That has actually given us our grid then for the first round of the virtual Belcar eSeries. Here is the first class for you then. This is the Radicals. So Rudolf Nagel puts it on pole position alongside Fabrice Cornelis. Then we have Jorn van den Akker and Cedric Bollen on row 2. Then it's Rocco Ciboleno on 5th place. That's a great racing driver name, that. Erin Barber is in 6th with Dries Moosdi in 7th and Yannick Lemmens in 8th place. Brent Verheyen is 9th with Sven Jarstens in 10th. And then it's Johan Sarzinski. I hope I've got that one right, Johan. Sorry if I've not. And Hasse, if you can take us through the Porsche Cup grid, mate.
Indeed, I can. It's Jan de Hau for JJ Motorsports on pole position in front of Bodeman Kuster. It's Mikael Pedersen. I think he might very much be a Dane and not a Swede, although don't hang me up upon it. But Danish power indeed. Tim Jacobs behind with Glenn van Parijs on row 3, Rob Thiessen and David de Witt. And then Tijn Gielissen and Renzo Eulenbroek in 10th in the Porsche Cups. Then it's Jochen Lennarts. And what is that? Hannes, the aforementioned Hannes Kasteker, ending off that class indeed.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the grid split them out like this. Apologies, everybody. I wasn't expecting it to do it in such a way. We have Tim Claessens on pole position then in the GT4 class with Diego Hames alongside him. Then it's Lauren Kirschmakers in 3rd with Maxim Hove in 4th. Van den Hove in 4th. Then it's Martin Dekkens in 5th with Mathieu Detry in 6th. Then it's Jeroen Vatlet and Daniel Ferreira on the 4th row in that class. Just behind them at the back of the field in GT4 is Jamie Mijling.
And in the TCR cars, it's Tila Sipos for Simtag Racing on pole in front of a well-known face. No, as I say that, they flip around there. Nice. I think is that because they're rolling or whatever? But anyway, now it says Brent van Putten is in front of Sipos. I don't think that was the way, but it's Antoine Dupin. Sven Kalbert there in 4th for Dynamics Simulators Red. And then it's Ton van Put, Jürgen Knockhart, and Bart Ooms with Munir Arifak. And Stefan Kalbrecht right in there as well. In 9th in the TCRs for BMS Motorsport.
There we go. Sorry, everybody. I'm not sure why the grid wouldn't move up any further than that there. It seemed because it had split it out by class. I thought I'd just show you the results of qualifying. But here we go then. For 3 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, this is going to be a fantastic race to get the season underway. And it's going to be Rudolf Nagel that leads them for Sim RC Club Sport. Fabrice Cornelis alongside him. And they're going to go all the way down this straight, and it's going to be out of La Source that they start to put their foot down. Or it might be. He might do it here as well. He may go a little bit early, but that's the beauty of having the top spot in qualifying. Look at the grid there. Brilliant to see the GT4 cars. You may not see some of the TCR cars yet. That is down to the graphical side of things at my end, so please do forgive me. But into La Source we go then. And it's time to get the show on the road. And the virtual Belcar eSeries is going to be underway from Spa-Francorchamps, I'd say in about 3, 2, 1. I've got it wrong, but he still puts his foot down just after, so nearly got it. But look at Cedric Wouters there in the number 5. He is tucked right underneath Rudolf Nagel's rear wing, and he's going to go into 2nd place up Eau Rouge. We're going to keep our eyes on the field and keep looking back. Is anything going awry here? Looks like we're all good. We've got a car off the track.
Chaz, there's a huge pile-up before Eau Rouge there, if you go back and have a look.
Oh yeah,
no.
TCRs in there and Porsches.
GT4s all over the place as well.
Oh, that's such a shame. Some of the boys are really in a lot of trouble there. And that is Martin Dekkens. Sorry if some of the names aren't coming up right, by the way. The software doesn't seem to like some of the second names. That's Dries Rohat for Vapor Shop RDR. He's gone off. There's another Porsche off and another one as well. There's a couple of them all spinning around. Oh, there's the Dynamics car in the middle of the road. There's 2 GT4s off as well. Oh, that's not good for those boys. They've just wanted to try and get out of the way. There's more cars involved as well. We've got cars off everywhere here. There's just bits of contact here and there, just unsettling some of them. And wow, they all tend to recover. Steve Kalbrecht is still off. Sorry, Stefan Kalbrecht. He's trying to get going. That's into Lecom, so he must have had contact before that. We will have a look back at it, but here is the battle for 2nd place. Look at this, Cedric Bolin and Fabrice Cornelis. Cedric Bolin's come through actually from 4th on the grid. Cedric Wouters has lost out to both of these. And that very bold livery on that Scott by Sim RC car, doing an awesome job. So it's 2 Sim RC cars near the front, still side by side, and Fabrice Cornelis is not letting him have this easy, is he?
Oh, this viewing chance, I think Cornelis might be... No, actually, they're still side by side, and Bolin is on the inside, down towards Blanchimont, so he's looking to get ahead there. What a great opening lap for him. And really good to see that the Radicals, after all, did get away cleanly The rest of the field, though, oh, it's been very chaotic.
Look at all these boys. They're still stuck together, aren't they? It's just great. Even if we go on board here, we'll go on board with Dries Moosdi. We've got a car, Yannick Lemons, right behind us for Fast Racing Team. Then the Erin Barber and the Stasis car in front. But they're just nose to tail. And I'm really expecting them to stay like this because of the amount of slipstream. But what an awesome, awesome start, though, for these guys. It's just such a shame about the rest of the field further down. I'm going to try and have a quick look back just to see what we can find then. So Attila Sipos has had an issue. Oh, there was already contact. This car's rolling down the hill.
I think a famous Belgian cycling commentator, Michel Weitz, he would have said, "Oh la 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 la," on that one.
I wouldn't be surprised.
What a huge pile-up. I think a lot of our audience will be able to relate. Oh, and Dries Rohard. Oh my word, he takes a big tumble there indeed. And all around him.
Yeah, there's cars just spinning around all over the shop. The grey and pink car there, not quite sure which of the Porsches that was, doesn't get out of the throttle, and it was, if I'm honest, I'll be completely blunt even at this point of the championship straight away, but it was a bit sort of irresponsible to do so. Look at this lot. They're just all over each other in the radicals. They don't care. They've got their elbows out straight away. That is Erin Barber up into third place ahead of Fabrice Cornelis, Dries Moosdi, Yannick Lemons, Cedric Wouters and Brent Verheyen. What a great battle we've got going on here. That means the two CMRC cars at the front can break away and start to open a gap. But I know that Brent Verheyen is going to be watching this thinking, oh my God, what am I getting involved in here? This is Yannick Lemons, who was at the back of this train at the start of the lap in the Fast Racing Team car, but now he's in the middle of it. And every single corner, they're all swapping places with each other. It's fantastic viewing, and, well, if it stays like this, we're in for an absolute... I mean, my heart rate's going to go through the roof, but I tell you what, I'm going to enjoy it.
Tess, I'll tell you, my heart rate's already hitting 180 beats per minute here. Look at, they're going to go side by side down the road. It's Blanche Morning, and it's Yannick Lemons on the outside. He's going to think better of it towards the odd car there. I think that would have been... say brave would not have been enough of a word to put in there. I think,
gutsy. Let's go for gutsy.
I think Baba in the art car is very happy that he didn't face such an attack at that point.
Just having a look at Kuster here as well. The in the Porsche Sport event that we did recently, the Cup cars were amazing to watch, and I'm hoping for more of the same here. This is Michael Pedersen, the Swede, in the number 26 car, the Allied Racing Esports Belcar team. Just behind is Jarno de Houw, the pole sitter in class, actually. I know that he went wide through Eau Rouge and Radion, so he's lost a bit of time. There's the Pro Assist sim racing car of Glenn Van Parijs, which I know Jack is a humongous fan of, so he'll be happy to see that one back out. Hans Keestecker has gained 6 places so far. Anton Dupont for Flemish Simsports TCR has gained 12 places overall and leads the TCR class here. He's actually ahead of Maxime van den Hove in the GT4 car, which has no bonnet, so he's got a nice light front end, but even though they're leading, actually sorry, they're not leading class, third in class at the moment they are. It's not in the best of conditions, but seems to be driving all right if they can still keep it on like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. If it feels okay, I feel like the drivers know the best themselves when in behind the wheel of the car. Although it does look to me that right front suspension is not really tracking like it should be, and often you find that it's the case that the car might feel okay. You might not be able to notice one of these small changes, but at some point you'll find in a dramatic way indeed that the limits of the cars are not where they used to be, and you'll find, if you're unlucky at least, yourself in the wall again. And for that very reason, sometimes it is best to bring the car into the pits, even though the car might feel okay initially. After a big old biff, of course, Maxim here, he could be experienced enough to know just to back off a little bit, but it's going to be interesting to see if it affects him too much. It certainly doesn't look on point like you'd expect it to here. Rudolf Nagel still in the lead of the Radicals. A nice bit of gearbox cam with the very nice looking heat hazing there from the exhaust.
Yeah. Apparently the live timing link that I've just put up is not working, by the way. Sorry guys. I will try and sort that out. Let me just have a quick check for you. I'll try and repost it. It should work. It may be something. I've had to write it out directly. So let me have a quick look. Sorry, I'll sort that out just now. But here is the slipstream for you, Hasse. And he's actually backing off here. He's just playing it safe so they can break away, isn't he?
Yeah, and he, I think, realizes that he needs a bit more of a run. But the slipstream, a huge thing indeed in these radicals, because they have such an amount of downforce. They have a lot of drag as well, but not a huge amount of power. So when you're in the slipstream, you really find that it's a big advantage on the car up ahead. The problem can then be that here in the middle sector, when following someone closely behind, you will also find the car to be lacking that little bit of downforce as well from the dirty air of the car in front, and that makes it that little bit harder to get the run. For instance, coming up towards Eau Rouge and Radillon. So it's a double-edged sword. It giveth and it taketh.
Damn right. Certainly is, but still, good to have a good battle for the race lead here. I'm just going to look a bit further back, because behind Dries Mousty, this hasn't calmed down. We've got Erin Barber, Yannick Lemons, and Rocco Ciboleno behind him. That's a great name, that is. That's probably my favourite name in the race so far. We'll go on board with Rocco just to see this train of cars. Very bold helmet design as well. And Porsche Sport are saying Sim RC have been busy this weekend. Fair play to him. Oh, as Erin Baba's not had a good run there because of the Porsche, the Dynamics Porsche. But look, the Porsche has got the power to stay with these little radicals. It's like wasps around some sort of bird. And this Porsche is really not knowing what to do. He's not got the downforce on these guys through Blanchimont. Clever stuff there from Rocco. That was really well judged. He got out of it and thought, cutback is coming on here, boys. Look at this. Just noticed Tim Clayson's there just dipped in and out of the timing screen, but it seems all right. He's it's just connection based. The Torque Freak racing car leading the class. The live timing link is in there now, guys, so hopefully that will work. One thing I will just point out to you, just if you are going to look at that, you'll notice that some of the cars will suddenly light up green. That is the car that we'll be watching in the broadcast at the time. The gaps and the relatives, the intervals that you see on the timing screen are relative to that car. So it's either ahead or behind. If we click on a car in the middle like Boudouin Kuster here, any of you on the live timing now will see it's 2.8 seconds ahead to Sven Janssens and then 2.9 seconds to Michael Pedersen behind him. So it does update live based on what car we're looking at the time. So don't worry, you're not going insane.
Sven Janssens, Chaz, I think he had a big old crash not more than a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, let's have
that rear wing looked absolutely wrecked. And I have to say, I'm surprised that that car didn't, just looking how bad it was looking, that he hasn't gone into the pits to get it fixed. It's a no-name. He slides about.
Oh, he's let it roll, though. He's let it roll onto the racing line. Oh, and straight into the wall.
Oh, that was not necessary, I think. Oh, and he almost collects that GT4 coming back onto the track. I feel like Sven might have had that completely under control, and it just looked very sketchy from the outside. But
yeah, that's. I imagine it's good at turning right. Bad look of it.
Oh, rear end does not look good
no,
at all. It's absolutely crumbled.
That car is toast, says Cristobal in the YouTube chat, and yeah, you're not wrong, buddy. Don't you worry. So this is the GT4 class then. Tim Clayson leads the way. We've lost quite a lot of GT4 cars from the sort of beginning of the pack. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. As you can see on the left there, we've got Clayson's, Hames, Van den Hove, and Ferreira. And then the next car down is actually 33rd overall. It's Bart de Vos in the Allied Racing Esports Belgium car. And then in 37th is Jamie Mijling in the PG Motorsport car. So a bit of a mix of classes further down. Obviously a 3-hour race. We've only done 11 minutes so far. So that will probably sort itself out over the course of the race. In the TCR class, we have Anton Dupin leading for Flemish Sim Sports. Tom Van Put is second for Graphite Racing TCR. Those guys were at the Belcar event as well. And Jürgen Knockaert for McDonald's Racing. He's third at the moment. I would say he's bringing home the bacon, but he's bringing home the bacon big tasty at the moment. He is absolutely nailing it up there. He's gained 10 places so far. And to be fair, because of the incidents earlier on, the two cars ahead of him in class have gained 12 places each as well. So it's certainly handed it to a couple of these TCR cars, hasn't it?
It's been 12 minutes of absolute attrition here from the opening couple of laps from this 3 hours of Spa race from the Belcar eSeries. I feel like it's been just a tad more attritional than I would have expected it to be. We spoke about what kind of approach are the drivers going to take. Will we see drivers just being a little bit more cautious there on the opening laps and blah, blah, blah? What do we get? Huge pileups there.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try and have
Formula
another
One
look
race
at it.
from 1998
Yes.
again here.
Oh, that was on the warm-up lap. I was just trying to see what we could see from. Oh, here we go. Here's green flag onwards then. So, is it going to show us? Is it going to show us? Are we going to see it? Yes. So maybe we'll see the accident here. Then you can see the Porsches in front. Some of them get a really they hold back, and I'm not really for that, to be honest. I don't really think they should do so. Oh, he moves over.
There's the contact.
Yeah.
And that is going to be. Oh no.
I think it started. I'm going to try and see which number that was. It was one of the yellow Porsches. Was it? Yeah, it was Jeroen Vatlet for the Scuderia Sim Racing Porsche. Unfortunately, it looks like he was holding back, and then as the green light went, he's thinking, I'm not having any of it. Gets his foot down. Yeah, doesn't slow down for these guys. And this is the thing. I mean, he may have thought, oh, I'm going to get some positions. There's another car going through in the middle, but he just comes over on the guy on the right, and that sets off the incident. And then the next thing you know, there's two of them nearly roll over. Two of them do roll over. It's such a shame to see that, but yeah, he held back a little bit, and just there's no need to push it that hard at the beginning, really, is there? To be honest, I mean, not to highlight it and bring a downer on it, but it doesn't really need to happen, boys. You need to just think with your heads a little bit at the start of a race like that, as we've had. Oh, Dries Muthi just misses out here. We've had Tin Gillison has had an issue in the Porsche, the PG Motorsports Porsche. Is he locked a brake into here? Oh, he's just.
He's not gonna. Oh, he actually keeps it out the wall.
That was a great effort, to be fair. I mean, it's my sort of tradition for asking people to put clap emojis in chat, but put a couple in for Tim Gillison there, because that was a really good save. Leading that class at the moment, though, Boudewijn Kuster doing a great job from Michael Pedersen. The gap now 4.2 seconds in my favourite liveried car in the field. I will sort his name out eventually, everybody. As we go to the 15-minute mark, though, that has absolutely flown by, hasn't it?
It really has. It's been. We've been enough. We've been having enough to both look at and talk about as well. A little too much, as we just spoke about a minute ago as well. That start, I feel like it could have been avoided as well if everyone just was a little less, let's say, hungry.
Yeah. At
the start of the race, just know that it's a 3-hour event. You're gonna have plenty of chances to move up through the field. You don't have to do it on the drop of the green flag. Although, to be fair, it does always feel great as a racing driver. But we're underway and we just picked up 3 positions. It is magical, but it's also something that comes at great risk. Yeah, definitely, and it's good that they managed to sort of get back on it again once the incident had happened. But look at the radicals on the brakes. There's another one on the left here of Steve Clays. I was just looking at Steve because he's actually quite a bit off the rest of his class. He's 11th at the moment. And I believe from Boudewijn Kuster, he is a good, how far down from him? He's 1 minute 31 seconds behind the class leader, so about 2/3 of a lap at the moment. And I think it's going to be a very interesting watch with Steve, because he's going to have to make his way back through the field. Let's just have a look. Jack saying, Chaz, can we see the gaps, pretty please, with a Porsche on top? Yes, we will. We'll give you the gaps on the left-hand side, everybody. That's from the leader. So what we'll do is show you the intervals actually between each car. So they'll go red, so you can see Steve Clays now. It's gone orange, and that gap will open up and eventually go yellow when it's over half a second, and then white when it's over a second. But you can see for second place. Sorry, not for second place. For the race lead, it's Cedric Bollen, only just over half a second behind Rudolf Nagel. So. Just shows you how quick they are. I will not keep the intervals on there the whole time, though, guys, because I must admit it's a bit ugly to have it there. I think Hasse will probably agree. Erin Baba's in the pits, though. What's happened to Erin? Something's gone wrong. The art car. The Stasis art car. Oh, no.
No. We don't want any damage to that thing. Whoever hurt it, I'm going to...
Oh, it did pick up some damage to the behind. Oh, and that...
Yeah, that would look like some sort of failure, some sort of hardware failure there. Let's just see it again and go on board. Car suddenly Oh, he hit the wall.
Inside.
Oh, look at that. He's turning right and it's not going anywhere. It's just that tiny tap.
Look, the right-hand side, the front tire isn't even moving.
Yeah.
So that must be some pretty serious suspension damage for the car to be that biffed after what looked to be a pretty innocent small knock. Just a touch of the barrier that shouldn't slow him down, but it certainly did indeed. And such a shame. The Stacy's car is certainly a favorite of mine. I know we're not supposed to be cheering for anyone in particular, but we do cheer for the pretties, don't we?
Oh yeah, we do. And we mean racing cars. Dries Rohart's got a bit of a damaged car before. He was obviously involved in quite a big accident. It's like it's been squeezed in the middle, that Porsche. It's like a tube of toothpaste at the moment, but fingers crossed it doesn't handle like one and he manages to get it round still. He is 8th in class at the moment in the Porsches, just coming out of Le Comp, doing whatever he can. I've just got the race director as well. By the way, the race directors are actually directing from Zolder. They are still adhering to social distancing rules, of course, but they are actually race controlling from Zolder in real life, which I think is pretty cool. Ronald has let us know, he said, that the drivers were not allowed to overtake before the start-finish, so he's given a few drive-through penalties for infringements on that rule. PG Motorsport NL, PG Motorsport and Scuderia Sim Racing, they have all been given drive-throughs, and to be fair, it's quite cutthroat really, but I like that. Not only were they involved in the incident, and they sort of didn't look at that and go, oh well, they're already further down, they still had to get the punishment for it as well. And to be honest, if you're going to cause an incident, even if you are involved with it, I agree with that. What do you reckon, Hasse?
Yeah, it's. I think it's penalties where penalties are due. If the rule is that you can't overtake before the start-finish line, and although that's the old endurance start-finish line just before the entrance to Eau Rouge. So if that's the case, you'll have to just adhere to the rules and respect them. And if they haven't been followed, then I think, to be honest, a penalty incident in this place.
Just looking at how planted these radicals are around there. Got the tricolor on the wing end plates of Cedric Wouter's car. That's the Track 6 by J&V Services car. Just coming down into Pouhon now. Great corner, Pouhon, but every time you go there, it's so scary just to make sure that you get the car settled on the brakes, manage to turn it in, and still hit the apex and not unsettle it again. It's a very demanding corner, especially as you're going downhill as well. You know that it may try and drag you out wide. You want to get on the throttle as soon as you can. If you do that, you might sort of start running wide on the exit once you hit the second apex. And then you've got to think about any adjustments you make from there. It's such a demanding corner. It looks very simple when you watch these guys go around it, but I mean, we'll jump on board with somebody in a moment and just have a look. I think Glenn Van Paris is about to go down there. And you'll see what I mean, especially in the Porsche as well, which is known to be quite understeery on the way into a corner and then oversteery on exit. So with this Audi to deal with as well, gets it settled on the brakes, hits the apex, curb tries to unsettle it. Look at it just washing wide a bit. He's on the throttle. You can see a little bit of corrective oversteer. Don't hit too much of the curb on the inside. You can take a bit on the outside as long as you don't hit the end of it, because sometimes it can launch the car in the air. But prime example there though, of especially when overtaking someone, you have to really adapt your line. And it was a good example though. I mean, Glenn's doing a great job. He's currently in 4th position in class. It's just chasing down Jarno de Houw in front of him there, who was the pole sitter in the JJ Motorsports Porsche. EMG Motorsport leading the way at the moment. These guys are 12 seconds off the class leader, so Boudouin Coustet doing everything he can. Rocco Ciboleno is blinking around a little bit here. Nothing too bad look of it. We've got a couple of cars that you'll see on the timing tower on the left-hand side that do say out and flicking around, but that's just when the car sort of disconnects for just a moment and comes back in. So like we saw then, Glenn's car is apparently out of the race. If we click on him though, before you know it, there he is. So I think some of the time it's just because some of the cars are a bit further away, and iRacing doesn't always render all of the cars at all times. So just keep an eye on that, and we will do the same as well. But I hope you are enjoying this so far. It's been a great race, and we've only done 20 minutes at the moment. So we will have to see what else can happen here. But in terms of the conditions and the track, Hasse, what do you reckon Spa's going to be like as it gets really rubbered in over the course of a race?
It's going to get faster and it's going to get a little bit more friendly towards the drivers, as someone has, that's Kevin DeVale, who has a big old moment coming out the bus stop chicane. But as I said, it's going to be getting, I think, easier and easier. The drivers who get in for the later stints in this race are going to find it grippier, unless, of course, that the track temp does increase, which is actually a really good question. If it is Chaz, what is the sim time at the moment? I'm just wondering, because that's actually one thing I did not.
That's a good shout, actually. I didn't check that one myself. Let's see whether we can.
So we've got a sim time of 6:30. So it's actually it's spot on to what it is Central European time, my time, the best time, of course. And that said, that means it's just gonna get cooler and cooler from now on as well. So no doubt for me, that said, that the track certainly is gonna get faster and faster, and friendlier as well, and thus make it a bit less challenging for the next to come in the car.
We just got asked as well how many cars are out. We actually have all cars still running at the moment by the look of it. We have Lorenz Kuipers currently in the pits, unfortunately, for the Stasis team, which is such a shame because that beautiful car was doing so well. Martin Deckens is still going in the Porsche. So is Tin Jellison. I believe that, is it Tyne Jellison? I'm not sure if I'm getting that one right, but apologies if I am.
Team, I think it would be.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Teen was the one that got involved in the Lake Holm accident, just kept his foot planted, and unfortunately it landed him with the drive-through. But I'm not surprised because, to be fair, you know, there was a car along the front of him, kept his foot planted, and then once that car sort of unhitched itself from his bonnet, he was then spinning up the rears and then went into another car. So, you know, justice was served in that case, but he's got a clean car now to then go and put some laps in, see whether he can recover. And fingers crossed they have a good result from it. But 41 cars in the field at the moment, and Rudolf Nagel is the one at the very front, with Cedric Bolland 2.7 seconds back now in that very bold livery. I'm a fan of that. It looks great on the Radical. But the two Sim RC cars doing great at the moment. For Rhys Cornelis is just there in the Sim Tag racing car. He's now undisturbed to go chasing down the two leaders. And then Rocco Cibaleno is in fourth, and Dries Mujdi is in fifth for Dynamics Racing Optica.
And I think it's interesting to see that Cornelis, who was our pole sitter in the Radicals, hasn't really been able to transfer that qualifying pace into pure race pace here. At least not over the opening 25 minutes of racing. Given that I think all the leading cars in the Radicals have kept it clean so far. And it's gaining a half a second there. Rocco Cibaleno with a 2:14.1. Quite a bit actually up on the pace of the cars in front at the current moment, and just about, what is that, 6 seconds off of the car in front?
Yeah, he's about...
not terrible.
No, he's doing all right to hold the pace, to be honest, and it's very difficult in the Radical because of how twitchy it is. Oh, I've got a bit of feisty stuff going on here with the Porsches coming through the Audi TCR traffic. Just in front, that's Jarno de Houw, the pole sitter in the Porsches. We're on board with Glenn Van Parijs at the moment, and he's trying to chase down Jarno de Houw for third place in class. He wants the podium spot, even though he knows that there's 2.5 hours to go of the race. But he is pushing, and as these guys go through the traffic, this is part of the really difficult bit of the race now. Every single lap you come across traffic, it could hinder you, it could hinder your opponents, as the G-Drive car makes a great move to the right there. I'm actually a big fan of that. He made his intentions very clear. And now Glenn Van Parijs and Jarno de Houw have just a moment to get it clear. Glenn gets a really good run through Blanchimont. He might pick up an incident there. And we have 15 incident point before you get a stop and go penalty. And then from then on, I believe it's just you keep getting them after that. So with the off-tracks here, these guys have to be careful. And I'm not going to be surprised if pretty much everybody has one over the course of a race. Fabrice Cornelis has gone off at... that was just coming down the hill after Pouon.
Oh, and look at that! Look at the right-hand side of his car. He's taken a knock at some point. That might explain his lack of pace.
Sorry, mate. I've just done my usual. This is my curse, by the way, everybody. We were just watching Glenn Van Parijs. And as Chaz does... Ready? Ready? Oh, no, apparently not. Okay, I got told that Glenn had crashed on my my timing software, so I've not done my usual curse, but we're going to have a quick look at what battle is going on still here with these guys. Please do forgive me. When a car goes underneath a certain speed, it basically tells us that someone has stopped or crashed on track. So See what we can do, but he's doing a great job around the outside until they calm down the inside for part 2. That is textbook, beautiful stuff.
Is he going to be able to keep it on the inside there through Malmedy? I don't think he is, nope. And that's Glenn van Parijs, who is now ahead of behind in the JJ Motorsports car. And that was an insistent move. He really wanted to get that done and did so as well. Beautiful.
Yeah, great job. But now, of course, Jarno de Houw is going to really put him under pressure. While they do that, we're going to just have a quick look back at what happened to Fabrice Cornelis. Oh, the back end got away from him. He tried to save it, and he didn't overcorrect it. He didn't want to do too much with it. I think that damage may be from earlier on in the race, you know, that little dent on the right-hand side. But doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. But it was a nice little correction there, not too much. And he managed to keep the car in 3rd place overall. But we'll go back to this. Jarno de Houw chasing down Glenn van Parijs in the Porsches, or 2 of the Porsche classes we've got. Don't forget, everybody, top of your screen you'll see the 4 different colours for the classes. You've got the Radicals in the red, which is the stripes on the side, Porsche in the orange, or gold as it's called on the software, GT4s in green, and then TCR in blue. And there's plenty of action in each individual one. Bram van Putten and Tom van Put at the moment are close in the TCR cars, and that is a hefty looking dent on the front of that thing, isn't it, Hasse? That's had a whack, hasn't it?
That's a big old kiss of something in front there for Bram van Putten. That is not what he would have hoped for, that is for sure. The Jeep drive machine. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see that he's able to send it here into the bus stop. But send it he does. And is that Tom van Putten he got past there in the Graphite racing car? Or is it a lap machine?
I think so, but you know what? You know I said about my curse before, everybody, where I look at someone, say they're doing all right, and then look away and something happens?
Oh, Van Parijs, no!
I told you.
Oh, but that is an artistic spin. Look at that, just keeps the slide. Lights up the rear tires to go around. He doesn't even stand completely still at any point. That was 10 out of 10 style points from me.
More clap emojis, please, in chat, everybody. We are going to be filling the chat with them, and this is a battle as well in the TCRs. This is Attila Sipos down the inside of Munir Arafag, and he's not quite made it, actually. Munir got the jump and thread the needle there. Through the middle goes Yannick Lemons in the Radical, and behind him as well, Cedric Wouters doing the same. These TCR guys letting it all hang out at the moment, having a good battle. This is the Simtag Racing entry, with just behind him the car is the 528 car, and it's not 528 yet, but when it is, we'll make sure we make a joke about that. Porsche goes through on the left-hand side, down towards Eau Rouge. And I tell you what, these TCR cars, they don't half carry some pace up that hill. They really do fly over the top, don't they?
They really do, and they seem to also be a bit more bouncy than some of the other cars in the setup, so it does look very dramatic when they crest the hill at Redillion there, and they do, however, also seem to be pretty stable over there, which is pretty nice for a driver. It is, if you have a car that tends to break away from you at that very point of the track, you're in for some tense hours driving here at Spa.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's always a scary moment going up to Eau Rouge and over Radion, because you never know how the car's going to behave, what adjustments you have to make part way round the corner just to try and get it to settle. Sometimes it can have the opposite effect, but it's good to see these guys, like you say, they've got a very settled car. These boys are 17 seconds off the class leader, Anton Dupin. Oh, Daniel Ferreira has apparently just gone off track. I just said that as Anton Dupin lit up the timing screen red, because I think he went off at Blanchimont. I was going to say that was probably the most preempted commentator's curse I've ever done, but it's not the case, and he's still on, still leading the race. Half an hour down, and we've had a lot of position changes. I'm just trying to see who is the biggest mover, and that damage to the stasis car, it's looking pretty terminal at the moment. He's still sat in the car though, you can see him there in the Schumacher replica lid, but it's not come back out yet, and it's a real shame that, because I was hoping for them to do well with the whole art car idea near the front, but Rudolf Nagel, he doesn't care whether it's an art car or not. He's absolutely flying at the front, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is, and well, just a bit of a good one in chat. You asked for all the claps, but what we're being shown is washing hands here, as Ivo indeed says.
I love that. That's absolutely brilliant. Clean hands emojis, everybody. That is the new clap emoji in chat. I love that. And obviously, you've got to make sure that your emojis are 2 meters apart as well, everybody. So make sure that you have them at least. I'll tell you what, let's do 2 messages apart. So you're only allowed to put emojis every 2 messages of someone else putting them in. How you do that is up to me.
Further down, that's Simracersworld going for 3rd.
Look at the pace that he's got as well. The Porsche flashing his lights saying, get out of the way, Bram. And he's coming through as well. Bram jumps out of the way there in the Audi. Oh, actually, the Porsche went off the circuit. That was Yannick Redant. He's too bothered about flashing his lights. He's thought, oh, I'm going to go down the inside. Oh! He sort of comes over on the brakes and scares the life out of the Porsche driver there. Uses the service road, comes back on. Nearly makes contact, but luckily gets away with that. And now he's through, probably to his own dismay. But yeah, he's cracking on down the hill towards Pouan. But that was a great battle there in the radicals between Rocco Sibileno and Fabrice Cornelis. And Fabrice hasn't got this all his own way at the moment, does he? He's really trying at the moment. I'm not sure whether that damage might have something to do with it, but he had it all his own way and made it look very easy with his teammate at Zolder. And it's good in a way, no offence, Fabrice, this isn't a dig, but it's kind of good to see that that's not the case here, because we don't want too much of a runaway winner. And when I saw him back again, I thought, oh, he's going to batter this, but he's having to put up a good fight, which is good fun to watch, isn't it?
It really is, and I think that damage being aerodynamical, adding drag to his car, he's really having to fight to claw back whatever time he loses, if he loses time in the straights.
Yeah.
And it only has to be 2, 3, 4 kilometers an hour. It's going to be enough for him to just bleed time. Can maybe limit his losses in the slipstream or someone else, but I think it's a different or a difficult situation, and I think also a situation that Fabrice wasn't really expecting to be sitting in, being on pole and all that early in the race here. But of course, if we're just talking about a few moments worth of optional repairs when he does have his next pit stop, they could still very, very much be in the run for final placings here.
Yeah, definitely, and it's not worth the extra stop if it's only going to be a light bit of damage as well. So they may as well just keep the car out on track and save that time. If he's still on the pace, then it's no issue. We're currently looking at Yannick Lemmens and Cedric Wouters here, having a good old fight as they go up by Rouge towards Radion, and he's really got the slipstream. That's the thing with these radicals. That big old wing on the back punches quite a hole in the air. When you're in the slipstream, he's actually letting off a little bit there to make sure that he's got the time to make the move. Just putting the pressure on. Maybe they want to go forward. He's showing his nose. He's saying, I'm still here. Don't you worry. Not going anywhere yet.
Chaz, I'm sorry, but I think Jürgen Noggart and Hannes Kasteker has had some sort of incident not too long ago.
Let's have a look.
Goes wide. That's in the bus stop. He just stops completely. That's the McDonald's car.
It is as well.
And who's that? What radicals as well?
I think he was just thinking, I'm just going to get out of the way, boys. I think it was Brent Verheyen. It was. He just stops and thinks, I'll get out of the way of the Porsche. The Porsche went deep, though. That was the number 65 Porsche Cup car. He's a bit further down the order at the moment, is he? I'm just trying to see which one. Oh, Cedric Wouters has had an issue as well now. So he's gone wide. That's Yannick Lemmens.
That doesn't look good at all to me there for Cedric Wouters.
Oh, the pop and bang sounds fantastic, but yeah, that's not ideal, to say the least. I'm really not sure what's happened to Cedric there. Hopefully we'll find out, but he is still sat in the pit lane. It's close again between Sibileno and Cornelis. It's even closer, though, between David de Wit and Yannick Redant. And one of the comments that got me a moment ago in chat was Jacques Trechak says, look at that lawn, it needs to have some mowing, let's get to it then. And that's exactly what Yannick Redant does as he went into Le Comte, and he gets out the way almost of David de Wit. What a great move, great commitment as well to take the opportunity. But yeah, maybe something wrong with Yannick's car there, or was he just thinking, I don't need to get in a fight at this point?
We have seen Yannick involved in something at some point, if I'm very much not mistaken. Oh, I could be, but...
he went over the grass at Le Comte, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's true, but that doesn't mean that he's necessarily picked up any kind of damage, so... Well, David de Wit, he certainly does have a bit of a knock to his right front, visible there in the bumper as well, as they round the Flemish SimSports TCR.
Yeah, it's very strange that the car with damage is so easily let by the one without. But Yannick carrying on now, and he's got Dries Rohat just behind him as well in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car. Down the straight he goes.
And
Ooh.
that Vapor Shop machine is very biffed up as well. Oh,
This is the battle for the lead, everybody. This is Cedric Bolin right on the back of Rudolf Nagel. I think Cedric must have had some real luck with the traffic here. We'll go on board with him just so you can see what he sees on the roll bar of the Radical here.
Did that look like a dent to you in the car of Rudolf Nagel, or was that just me being overly worried there? I think, no, it does look fairly clean. It does look completely clean. Oh,
Maybe on the right side skirt, yeah.
I think there is a bit of a biff there on the side skirt that looks very much like the bit of a biff that Cornelius had to his car as well. If it's the same bit of speed drop-off there for Rudolf Nagel, that could be the chance for Cedric Bolin there, the Scott by Sim RC car. Of course, Scott being an American bicycle manufacturer, and these very iconic by now colors that they've been running their bikes in, these lime green and white colors, which myself being a big cycling fan, I'm very much familiar with that. One of my good friends actually has a bike by this very brand in this very same livery, so very familiar for me. That is there, the 42 car of Rocky, or Rocco, we can call him Rocky, I guess. Ciboleno in third place.
Rocky Balbaleno.
Yeah, just so Keanu doesn't feel like he's the only one getting that special sort of treatment here. Why did Cedric Bolin though go so much to the inside there, exiting La Source? A bit of a moment for him there.
Oh, we've got Sven Janssens off the circuit again.
That's a huge biff. Look at that rear end. It's not gotten any better since last time out. And that's in Pujon. Oh, it just goes for him. He keeps it out the wall, but that's a dangerous place to have to rejoin.
Yeah, it is. Not good. But this, by the way, the top four, very close here, because that's your race leader, Rudolf Nagel. And he's in the Sim RC Club Sport car. He's actually lapping Cedric Wouters there, who's come back out the pit lane after that issue. Cedric stays behind the Porsche, very courteously. Cedric Bolin is there in second, and that is Rocco in third with Fabrice in fourth. So even after all of this, the top four is separated by 1.5 seconds in the Radical class. 40 minutes nearly gone. And this is what we want to see, and this is what we want for the whole championship. It's going to be great. Now, if you're Fabrice, knowing that you're one of the quickest in sim racing at this point, do you go for this, or do you just sort of wait behind Ciboleno and just see whether they can move forward together?
I think there'll certainly be a point in trying just to hang on at the moment and see if Fabrice can get the race just to come to him. The drivers in front might have incidents. There's a whole story, the whole list of stuff that could actually happen. The race is still relatively young. We're less than a third of the way through the distance. So, given that he seems to be a little off the pace on raw speed, I don't really think it would be making much sense for me to be spending a lot of energy battling it out for track position here, because he isn't really going to be gaining anything by it. And if he's off pace, this might be sketchy here. They're going to go too wide, and then Ciboleno with late braking, he aces that. And as we say that, Cornelius there, he's the opportunist. He makes it through up into third place. Beautiful.
Cedric really got eaten up there. You could just see. We'll go back and have another look at it, but look at the accordion effect. Actually, sorry, we've gone a little bit too far there. Let's go back to Rocco. Look at the accordion effect that the Porsche had on that. He goes to defend the inside of Cedric Bolin, but it's not enough. Rocco was very late on the brakes. Fabrice knew that if he got alongside, then it would have to be the outside line for Cedric in the second part of the bus stop. And he made a great move there. It was good to see the chopper cam in use, actually. I quite enjoyed that. And just behind, they are still side by side now. Cedric Bolin trying to come back on Fabrice Cornelis. And that is Cedric Wouters behind. Oh, Fabrice on the grass. He comes over so aggressively. But Cedric Wouters is in 9th in class just behind these guys. 11th overall in the race. He's a lap down on this battle, but he's got a front row seat to it now. And this may help his pace over the course of the race. But that is definitely damage on the back of Fabrice Cornelis' car, isn't it, Hasse?
It really is, and I think you could also see that Fabrice Cornelis might just be struggling a bit with the pace of the car. At least that was what it was looking like to me. We haven't seen those kind of speed differences coming into Le Combe before. It seems to me that he was being a bit of a sitting duck for the car attacking him, and
we've had another moment for Yannick Redan. Oh, heck. He clips the Audi. He did go for a gap that wasn't there, to be honest. I mean, The Audi was running wide. He could have been a bit more patient with it. And oh my goodness me.
And then, was that?
That was Brent Verheyen, I'm pretty sure. It was, yeah, Brent Verheyen in the 66. Had a very, very scary moment there, and we'll have a look at it from Brent's point of view. Let's see what this is like. So he goes around the TCR car himself through Pouhon. That's scary enough, and then before you know it, oh, he's disappeared for a moment. That's a shame. That's irritating. Oh, and then...
Whoa!
Wow, that's a way to wake you up in the morning. I know you like coffee, Hasse, but why don't you try that instead, mate? That's that will really get you woken up. This is the battle still, the battle of the let's all dent our right side skirts of Fabrice Cornelis, Cedric Bollen, 3rd and 4th at the moment, and I think that damage is having an effect on that car, you know, because he's not really catching up to Rocco, and even still, the top 4 are only separated by 3.9 seconds at this moment in time, so it's still all to play for. One little mistake could just make a slight change to the result. And we've got Ibo Verkam in the chat saying, why doesn't Red Ant have their own livery? If there's no livery shown for the car, mate, it just means they either haven't sent it in time or there's an issue with the file, to be fair, mate. We do ask them all for liveries, but if there isn't one sent to us, then they don't get one on the broadcast, I'm afraid. We don't use trading paints for this. We do have a designated paint pack. That will have been communicated to them all anyway.
Cedric Bollen goes past, I think they're on Fabrice Cornelis, and is that Janssen? No, that's Wouters, I think, still hanging on to the back end of this battle here. He's being dragged along nicely, although not in a good position as well. I think Jamie Meeing has had a crash not too long ago as well.
Yeah, let's have a quick look.
He's running further down the order.
He's been off track at some point here. That's Glenn Van Parijs going down the inside. Oh, he's just run wide out of No Name, and then he's had an issue a bit further on towards the end of the lap. Oh, is that going to rotate on the power? It is. Does he overcorrect it? He does. Is it going to go in the wall? No. Great save.
Incredibly so.
Fantastic.
Great save to get it just to roll backwards there.
Plenty of room to turn it around. He is in the pits, though. Whether there was some damage to it or some sort of issue with the car, we'll have to see. He will change over then. And it's going to be his teammate, Joachim van den Sterren, in the car. Brilliant name, that as well. Big fan of that one. He's going to jump in now. Just looking at Boudewijn Kuster in the EMG Motorsport car, leading the Porsche class at the moment, the Porsche Cup class anyway. He's actually ahead of Cedric Wouters in the race, but the gap is only 7 seconds, because here is Cedric coming along now. So Cedric will undoubtedly unlap himself. We've been told we want to see Tim Jacobs. Well, let me just try and find Mr. Jacobs for you. I think that he's actually handed over to his teammate, has he not? Yes, I believe he has. Yeah, he has handed the car over to his teammate at this point, so he's not actually on our timing screen as things stand. I believe, yep, the Stasis car is back out there, mate. They're back on track. Because the driver has changed, though, we don't actually have the spec map on it anymore, so we've lost the chrome.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame, but nice to see the car back and running. And good to see the mechanics, they managed to get that fixed. It does seem it's more or less stable to me, just a small biff there at the right front bumper of the car. And yeah, really glad that they were able just to make it back out. Of course, they've been in the pit for a long time indeed, and I don't think they're going to be able to contest for any kind of top positions at any point here. So Cedric Bollen needs to be swift about it, and he is with Fabrice Cornelis, and they make contact, and they both spin, and that's the TCR car collected, and the car of Wouters as well hits the wall there.
That was the McDonald's racing car that went in with him, and that is a big moment there. I think Fabrice maybe just went in a little bit too deep. I mean, we thought he was going to go down the inside, and then it just seems that he carries so much speed through the corner. Didn't expect to make the contact. He flicks them both around. Cedric Wouters does a great job to get out of the way of it. Does hit the wall, and great respect there by the Audi to stop the car. And then the two of them, they make a bit more contact on the exit as well as they get away from it. Wow, that's a real race-changing moment there. He's not too happy with it. You can tell. Look at him pushing him down the straight, down towards Pouhon. But to be honest, these cars, they change speed so much throughout the run of a corner. if you just tap the brakes one little bit, you are really going to sort of upset the guy behind you, or he's going to have to react very quickly to it. And I think with how close they were battling, it was a case of when, not if, that was going to happen. It's a shame that it has happened, obviously, but it does throw the race wide open now for some of these guys. And it means that Rudolf Nagel and Rocco Ciboleno at the front of the field can run away. The gap is only 0.8 of a second for these guys, by the way. There it is. You can see Rocco just behind. And he's done great so far. I mean, he started 5th on the grid, did Rocco, and he's made his way up. He's a little bit deep into La Source, but little moments like that over the course of a 3-hour race, they're not going to make too much difference, are they?
No, it's not. And I think, Chaz, the situation before, as you've to put your own, or to use your own phrasing, it's been that, might have been that nasty, horrible N-word that we never want to hear, netcode indeed. It looked like there was a slight bit of netcoding going on between Fabrice Cornelis and Cedric Bolin in that situation before, because I don't really think, I think Cornelis, he's done that before and it's looked so much in control before, but and of course I'm talking about the initial contact, because there was plenty of contact to happen afterwards.
Rocco's taking the lead, by the way.
Rocco Ciboleno's taking the lead!
He's done the job on Rudolf Nagel. Oh, Rudolf got held up there by the GT4 car, and look at that. Oh, thank you very much, mate. I will fly by. And he's actually got quite a big lead out of this. So what's happened here? Is he going to get past the TCR and Rudolf isn't? Oh, he dives out there. Let's have a look at Rudolf here. Does he just go a little bit... No, he doesn't really lose too much from it, but he's going to be Rudolf, the red-faced racing driver at the moment, if he carries that on. But he's still up there. He's been leading a lot of the race, so no problems to worry about at the moment. As long as he can stay with Rocco, keep the pace up, and just hope that the same happens to him, I suppose. That's all you can do at this point with the traffic, isn't it?
Indeed, and the Sim RC cars has been running so strongly here. Early days, we have driver changes in the 2 cars that were involved in that early incident as well, and one of them has just left the pit. That's Corthals now in 7th place. And the question if they're actually both out the pits already, I think they actually could be. Is that Stockman's in 6th and Corthals in 2nd, who are in 7th?
Let's have a quick look. Yes, they are. Yes, so this is the Thomas Stockmans, who did a great job in the virtual Belcar at Zolder. And then there is Pierre Yves Corthals, like you say, in 7th place overall now, 7th in class. We have Ciboleno in the pit lane, and I hate that camera. Come on. Just showing the back of the thing. Oh, the Rudolph the Red-Faced Racing Driver comment seems to go down very well with Seb Hawkins, who's called us now Meme Racers World, not Sim Racers World. Now, I like that. That is good. Meme Racers World. I think we'll have to coin that phrase. Boudouin Kuster for EMG Motorsport, still flying in the Porsche. Goes down the inside into a Rouge. He doesn't care. He's not hanging about. The 63 doing a smashing job. Clean car. Really good run at the moment. Untouchable. He's currently got an 18-second lead over Michael Pedersen, who also, to be fair, doing a smashing job. And Jarno de Houw started on pole in that class, and he is still in 3rd. So it's quite clean from the boys at the front of the Porsche Cup class. Just trying to see who the closest battle on track is. We've got Bart de Vos, who's overtaken Sven Kalbert in the Dynamic Simulators red car there. 30th place overall. Looks like Jochen van der Sterren has gone off the circuit here for PG Motorsport. Not an easy time for this GT4 Cayman at the moment. Through Blanchimont. No, it's just a bit wide through there. We've all done that, haven't we? Let's face it. If you haven't been wide at Blanchimont, have you even driven around Spa?
Yeah, that's a good thing. It's a good thing to mention. It's a good thing that it didn't go worse for him. He just got in the machine. Perhaps not completely in the groove yet. And he got off cheaply there. It could have been much worse going off the track on the outside of Blanchimont.
So this is Van Put against Van Putten at the moment. Actually, no, apologies, no, it's not. This is Bart de Vos behind Van Put. Ahead of them is Bram Van Putten. So you never know whether these guys are going to get together and start a golfing tournament or not. But at the moment, the TCR just showing you how you can hold off the Porsche. It's just the power difference really here between these two. In terms of handling characteristics, obviously the Audi is front-wheel drive and quite a lot bigger in terms of boat status. But look, there you go. The power from the Porsche just picks it up, propels it alongside. They're not that much quicker. They're only about a second or so faster per lap. Josh Menton has gone off. Oh, the PG Motorsport NL cars are not having a good time at the moment, are they? Oh, that's what I was talking about unsettling it into Puon. And he's done exactly that. And I tell you what, that's a very good slide, and he's held it. Oh, he does reverse. That's a dangerous place to be, but I think that was in good time, to be fair.
Yeah, he reversed far enough to get off the racing line completely, actually get completely off the track onto the right-hand side of the AstroTurf, and that's a better place to be because you just need to get far enough. It's not always that easy having that spatial awareness. I think that's one of the areas where VR can really be of assistance.
Definitely.
Because you get that kind of overview from the car. That also means that you need to be turning your neck a lot around. But I really want to try that. I've never tried racing in VR. It's certainly on my bucket list there. Stefan Kalbrecht, who has had an issue. He's getting flashed by the 63 leading. Oh my word, that was a poopy pants moment for our Porsche Cup leader.
Now, does he go forwards or does he go backwards here? That's the next question, because if you go backwards, someone could go wide and try and avoid you like that. If you go forwards, then you're going to risk blocking off the racing lines, people. But wow, to be fair, Kalbrecht did the right thing there, and he just held it. He just kept it still. And yeah, definitely a poopy pants moment indeed. Definitely there. This is Attila Sipos against Matthew Detry, who is in the Porsche GT4 car going through. He's thinking, give me all that tasty slipstream. I need it because I've got a car that's a brick in comparison to your little Porsche. But that's just the difference between these things. You know, around the corners, they can carry some similar mid-corner speeds. And that's what I find quite exciting about the TCRs and the GT4s, because
I think Yannick Lemons, I'm sorry, but Yannick Lemons has had some kind of problem.
He's turned it into a lemon. What's he done? Is it unsettled on the way into Puon? No? Is it? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it just goes all the way around. That's actually well spun just to keep it out the wall there and keeps his car clean for now as well. Still looks pretty okay.
Yeah, they're going to have a few of those. I mean, we've just had the Code Brown comment in chat by Timo, and he's not wrong. There's going to be a lot of that over the course of the race as these guys push it to the limit. This is Kevin De Vale, just behind Hannes Keestecker at the moment, chasing up over the top of the hill. A bit of a dent on the front left of this Porsche, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down. He's trying to still push it along. And it does sound great, this Porsche, doesn't it? It's an absolutely awesome thing. Jack Treshak has just said in chat, that's easy for me to say, brown flag, which I think they should actually inherit in motorsport, for someone's just had an absolute moment coming down the hill or something like that. Brown flag, be careful of someone that's absolutely just cacked it.
Lead off Straten there. That car, that's the Narbiflex E-Racing by GHK, racing the 67 Radical there, and that does not look good at all. I believe that's the car who had quite a big incident early on to the rear end of the car. And that was actually right here as he spun and then reversed off the track, and it was of course his teammate in the car at that moment there, but it's not pretty, and I'm sure it's not aerodynamic as well. It's really going to be hindering the car there. It's of course Jelle Verstraeten, but it's been good going for Küster in the EMG Motorsports car, leading in the 911 Cup car class. We've got Michael Pedersen, the, I believe, Dane, in second place, with Jarnehau in third. Glenn Van Perez is still in a good position in fourth place there as he's getting past the 71 TCR cleanly as well.
Yeah, that was Tom Van Putt in the graphite car there. It's quite a subtle livery, isn't it, that one, with the bright pink wheels on it, though, just to differentiate it. And those TCRs, as you can see by both of the ones on screen there, they look really good in black. They look very, very angry from the front, don't they?
They do. I feel like they really... And that perhaps even a bit of a shame to say that, but Audi in the real world of cars, I just feel like there's sort of a thing with Audi being the new BMW.
Oh,
if you know what I mean.
Sorry.
Oh, that was very spicy indeed. The 66 car of Brent Verheyen. That's the other GHK
we're a bit lucky here because
racing
we can go back. Oh, it just happened at a different moment. Let's just go back on with Brent Verheyen and just go through this sector. But that was very hairy indeed, because he went to go past the Porsche, and just as it came out from the racing line to try and make an overtake, it was just suddenly, there was no gap there whatsoever. It's the Porsche in front, I believe. I think, do Dynamics have a Porsche in that class? I don't think they do they? We'll have to try and... Oh yeah, Dynamics Racing Blue, Jesse Hendricks. That will be in the Porsche. I think it'll be number 21. When we get up to the rear window, you'll be able to see that, or I hope you will. Yes, it is Jesse Hendricks. Comes over to the left. It's both the Dynamics cars. And then he thinks, oh, down the inside. Oh, the Porsche is still there.
I don't know what kind of psychic powers that Porsche... Oh, and that's a spinner in the Porsche Cup class. Number 4, that's Glenn... Yeah, the 4th place car, the 23 machine of Glenn van Parijs.
Oh.
Takes a spinner in the source. I was about to say, the Porsche that evaded the 66 machine before there, that was quite some psychic powers to develop. I don't know how he all of a sudden just seemed to sense that hey, someone's coming up your inside pretty quickly. But well done to keep them all alive here.
It was a good effort. Very, very good effort. That's
Rob Thiessen in the G-Drive car right on the tail of Glenn van Parijs, who's still in 4th place in class, but perhaps not for much longer here.
Yeah, Glenn's been doing a solid drive at the moment, but it's I think it's Rob Tyson, isn't it, that's just managed to close the gap now. And the G-Drive car, it just looks nice and tidy. I mean, when you go on board with it, you know it's a G-Drive car because look at the colour of it. It's fantastic. But they're just making their way back up the order now after having a bit of bad luck at the start of the race. And they're up to 5th in class now, really putting on a good performance. They were 1.5 minutes off the class leader before, and now it's 44 seconds. And even with a pit stop as well, which is quite incredible, because obviously they've had a driver change, or have they? Sorry, no, I'm getting things wrong. It's Steve Clays that was further down the order. I didn't realise there was 2 of them. So he's actually also putting in the effort as well at the moment, going past Kevin Duval, who is down the straight side by side there in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar Porsche. And just in front again is Hannes Keistecker, who may also fall foul of the G-Drive car. Really on a mission. He does put it on the inside, scares the life out of him, and through he goes 2 places in 1 corner, really. Brilliant job.
Brilliant indeed from Steve Clays there, the G-Drive opportunist.
Oh, I was told before... sorry to cut over you there, Hasse. I was told before, we want to see Dries Mousdy. Unfortunately, this is one way to show you, and oh no, he's going up to a Rouge. Clips the curb. Car's unsettled, and it's out of shape. It kisses the wall with the left rear, but he did a good job not to hit that harder. I tell you what, that was a really good effort. We'll go. We'll have another look at that just to see how this looks on board. No, it was a big hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I'm afraid the left rear suspension is taking a hit. But you're very much right there, Chaz, not to have a bigger impact. But that outside wall is certainly impressive there for Dries Moody and Moody. Anyways,
he might be moody after that one, I tell you.
Yeah.
It's not surprising if he is, but that Dynamics Racing Optica car was up into 2nd place after some of the guys had done their pit stops further behind, sorry. This is Hugo de Wilde, who is now in just what seems like this was previously Rocco's car, the number 42 machine. The white and green Del Hay Racing team by TX3. Thomas Stockmans is 10.9 seconds behind now. Fabrice Cornelis' teammate, of course, in 6th position overall. And then Pierre-Yves Cortals in 7th, and then Cedric Wouters in 8th. The race leader, though, still the Sim RC Club Sport car of Rudolf Nagel. And as we just get to the hour point here, guys, just going to take a quick break for you just a moment. We're going to stay with the cars. We will just go on board with our race leader for a few minutes. Just give us 2 or 3 minutes or so, and we'll be back with you in just a sec. Thank you for your patience there, everybody. We are back now. I must apologise, though. I haven't had a drink for 3 hours and my throat is on fire, so I did really just need that there. Otherwise, I would not be able to speak. In the little break that we had there, Rudolf Nagel has just come in the pits. Kobe Klaas, however, Jack tried to tell me to say it a while ago, has come back out on track for Dynamics Racing Optica. That car was running second before, after that little incident, but it seems like things are starting to gradually smooth out a little bit here, Hasse. A couple of battles still going on, but a bit more spread out than we had before.
Yeah, it certainly has. For the first time this race, as we've passed the 1 hour mark, third of the way through the overall distance of this 3 hour race by now. And yeah, as you say, it's overall, it hasn't really been settling too much until now, although I feel like that also could be a question of pit stop strategy and all that. We could have quite a number of cars on skewered strategies, given that we've had that very eventful, say it that way, very eventful opening couple of minutes of the race. So I'm not really sure if it means that everyone isn't actually too far apart on the pit stop strategies or what, but yeah, going further into the race, it is more about just keeping up the rhythm, keeping it safe, and keeping lap times as far down as possible consistently, while keeping the car running, of course. And with the changes in the drivers that we're seeing, we could also be seeing, a bit of a change in the dynamics from car to car. A faster driver may take over where a teammate's been maybe just a tad slower before. So I think the next 20 minutes is going to be really interesting as well.
Oh, we get 3 wide radicals there as one of them comes out the pit lane. That was really, really focusing stuff there. That was actually our previous race leader. Oh, there's something gone very wrong there. What was that at the bottom of the screen? There was sparks flying everywhere. Lucas Dolzer in the SimRC Club Sport car has just disappeared for a moment. Now, they were leading the race, and that car has definitely disappeared. I'm not sure whether you can have a quick look at your end and just see whether he's disconnected, but it's Hugo de Wilde that is leading the race now. And he was just passing Brent Verheyen up the hill. So now that car leads the race. GHKE Racing by T2 Racing is in second. And it looks like Dolzer.
The number 3 of Dolzer, the number 3 machine, I still don't see it.
Not sure whether he's disconnected, if you can see it in the chat or anything on that end. But, oh, Sam Puttervilles has just gone off circuit. What's happened here?
I'm going to have a quick look into...
Oh, that's an issue there. That looks like a hardware issue for Sam Puttervilles. The car just completely straight lines and bounces off the barrier. And it's still sat there. It doesn't look like he can do anything. Whatever's gone wrong there, I hope he's okay. Because we've seen issues like that before where someone's had an issue behind the wheel. So fingers crossed. He's managed to get the car back. Not sure what happened, but fingers crossed they can get it back out. Great stream, great commentator, says Timo. Thank you very much, mate. My name is Chaz Draycott. I'm joined by the excellent Hasse Rømer, who is also known as Half the Race Gone. Does some fantastic broadcasts himself as well across other sims, but we can't mention them here. And this is Janssens at the moment. Robbie Janssen, 6th place. Oh, it's Cottals.
Lucas Dolzer's out. His received throughput fell to unacceptable level, and we all know what that means in real talk. That means that he has had...
Oh, no!
And all the 4, and that's... Cottals in the Scott car. Oh my word. And he's picked up some damage to the rear end. Those maybe just slightly flimsy radicals, showing that it doesn't take a lot to bring them out of form there. The 42 car, who started 5th, is now leading and it's looking very good. It's Hugo de Wilde.
To be fair, Brent Verheyen as well. They've gained 7 places in the GHKE racing car, so they've done a smashing job to start from 9th, be 2nd at the moment. But we have a massive moment in the race then. The SimRC Club Sport car disconnects from the race as soon as he gets in as well. He comes out of the pit lane, up the Kemmel Straight, and it's gone. So, wow. Big change there for those guys. Hopefully they can bring it back. The car will be towing back now. That's Rudolf Nagel getting ready to get back in the car. I'm sure he wasn't expecting to. Just going through him there is that's Jürgen Nocker in the McDonald's racing machine. I think he's just picked up a fast repair or maybe a stop-go penalty. And carried... Oh, something's gone wrong there as well, actually. And now he's teleported it back to the pits. Oh, big issues there. So it's all falling apart for some of these guys here, Hasse. The pressure really on. And just as we look at our class leaders, we'll get them at the top of your screen for you, but they're in black, so you might not be able to see them as well. But as things stand now, it's Tommy Rao in the EMG Motorsport car that still leads the way in the Porsche Cup class, doing a cracking job. Race leader overall, Ugo de Wilde. Oh, Christoph Rahul's had an issue. Oh no, it's just because he stopped the car. Apologies. GT4 class, Diego Hames leading the way in Flemish Simsports GTR, and Bram van Putten is leading the TCR class in G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR as well. Oh no, oh, what is that?
Oh, oh my word! Chaz, what happened there?
I've got no words for that. It just blinked onto the screen, it was in the air, and then suddenly it was off again. That's just... I'm trying to get it back. I'm sorry everybody if you can't see it, but...
Gust Günther has certainly taken off and blown like the wind. Oh my word, I have rarely seen it. That looks to be out of the blue. He just clips in and there he is.
I'm not sure whether if he had some sort of connection issue, if the Audi that had gone past him had then sort of not even realised it but made contact with him and it flicked him into the wall, or maybe just jumped the car in the air. That's a real shame though for it to go like that. One of the liveries that we really liked as well from the field, but that was a massive accident, so hopefully they can get the car repaired and get back out, but that was huge. That was really, really huge. We do have quite a few issues coming up for these guys at the moment. Further down the order in 37th and 36th place, this is Joachim van den Sterren in 37th, just chasing down Stefan Kalbrecht in the BMS Motorsport RS3 LMS TCR. And then I've just realised we're an hour and 12 minutes in. This is the first time, even during qualifying, that we've been on board with a Porsche GT4 car today.
That's actually true, Chaz, and I feel like the GT4 machine really is such a driver's car as well. It when behind the wheel, it's actually not too far away from the 911 Cup car in terms of how it is to drive, how it feels and such. It's a little more, I'm going to say, it's a little less skittish on the rear end. Of course, it has traction control, it has ABS in these driver aids, but still that same, was that even I think that's the same 3.8 liter flat six actually that's in the back of that car.
Yeah, and good engines.
Certainly sounding nicely when riding on board as well. Again, the Cayman, a sort of car that sometimes is a little deceptive in that it actually sometimes looks a little easier to drive than it is, because you get that over-rotating rear at times that just goes and goes, and when you realize it's sort of over, it's too late.
Yeah, it's a gradual slide. I've noticed that in a couple of cars, to be fair, that once it's out of your hands, then there really isn't any getting it back, which is a shame, because you want to be able to see some of these guys have a bit of a moment and save it. Ruben van Buell is in the Pro Assist Sim Racing Porsche now, and Ruben is very, very quick, so we may see that car climb up the order here as he deals with the TCR traffic on the right-hand side, only just. We just had a comment as well from Sven Calvert saying, when you don't have a good connection, you don't have the replay footage. You are very correct, mate, but I think because of the way the sim is set up at my end to render all of the cars, if we were at the opposite end of the track when that happened, his car wasn't being rendered, so it wouldn't show up on the replay, unfortunately. Munir Arafag just coming in the pit lane there in the RS3. He's currently in 31st place, 30th place, second in the TCR class for 528. And it's not 528 yet, it's nearly 6:30 in the evening here. So that joke's not going to work for us, Hasse, because it's going to be a different time where you are.
Yeah, but we can make it twice. I can make it, and then an hour later you can make it as well.
Beautiful. Double trouble. Love it. Absolutely love it. I do want to keep an eye on Ruben van Buell, though, because he's got 13 seconds now to Jonas Windy in front of him for the JJ Motorsport car. And that gap is coming down quite considerably, actually. He's taken a couple of tenths out of him each corner, so it's looking good at the moment. He's got Pim Bao behind him, though, in the G-Drive Racing Exemia car, and he's doing the same, taking 10th after 10th away from him. And it's good to see these chases developing, because over the course of a race like this, when you get different drivers in, Some of them will be quicker than their teammates were, and that's part of the most interesting bits of these races. Watching the different talent levels just between 2 drivers in a team, or even 3 drivers, their different approaches to the race and how much pace they can squeeze out of the car. So some of them will put their faster drivers in at the beginning and try and get a jump while the field is more compressed, and maybe put, no disrespect to them, but some of their slower drivers in towards the end of the race, where if they do lose time, you know, the gap might have expanded quite a bit by that point and they don't need to worry about it. But if the virtual Belcar event from Zolder is anything to go by, we are going to see battles all the way through this to the end.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it really come together at the end of affairs as well. I think what's commonly seen in these endurance events, especially with 3 driver teams, is that the teams try to pick their slowest, I say slowest in quotation marks, because damn right they're probably going to be a lot faster than you and me, Chaz, anyways, but they try to pick the slower driver, might we say, in the middle stint, because there seems to be a little less pressure on, as we also mentioned here, the race for the first time really here as we're into the second hour. It has settled down, and it's a bit of a different game all of a sudden, keeping it clean, just trying to be consistent and just trying to hit steady lap marks. It doesn't matter if you put in one super fast lap, if the next one then if that overheats the tires and you're unable to push as hard or anything, then so it's a bit of a different skill set needed. And of course, this is, I say only, again, a lot of quotation marks here, but this is only 3 hours. If you had a longer event like 24 hours or so, those types of drivers come even more into their own here. So I think this could be what the teams will be trying to do here. Of course, we might also have the odd ones out that try to put the fastest driver in when the other teams might have slower drivers. Like, so
yeah, well, I like the idea of that that approach, because you never know. You could be racing around what you consider a rival on track. Like if you have 2 cars that are battling on track together and then both come in the pit lane at the same time or a couple of laps apart, you'll be looking for where you come out in relation to them and trying to keep an eye on their pace and just see have they put their quicker guy in. And the beauty of iRacing as well is you can see what teams have got what drivers in them, and you can look at everybody's laps. So you can check previous stints and just see what sort of pace they were able to do before, and then what pace they may be able to do in the coming stints when you have your car back out on track against them directly. So there's going to be a lot of analysis from these teams going on at the moment. We've got Mats Draycott at the moment just behind Jeremy Hessels. This is the GT4 car of Ola Lulu Racing behind the Dynamic Simulator's red TCR car. He just gets out of the way of the class leader there. That's Bram Reniers in the Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot. What? Oh, it doesn't actually carry on the full name, unfortunately. I think it's just by Carrot. So it's got nice bits of orange over it, so I imagine that's where the whole Carrot name comes from, but we'll have to see. Actually, it's got the word Carrot and a logo on the roof and the side, so there's definitely some sort of affiliation there. He's just carving his way through, and the gap's actually opened up a little bit now to Mats Draycott behind him. But the GT4 car will eventually catch back up, though, to the Audi. A bit of a moment there going towards the end of the lap here in the right-left section. It's very difficult to get the car slowed down there sometimes, and we just saw a prime example of that as well. In the Radical class, it's actually calmed down quite a bit. At the front, we've got a 5-second gap from third to second, from Stockmans to Verheyen, and Hugo de Wilde, at the moment, doing everything he needs to do in the lead of this race. He's got a 16.5 second lead, and that's looking pretty comprehensive as things stand.
I'm just looking at the last lap times as well, Chaz. Hugo de Wilde really putting in a flying pace for De La Haye Racing Team by TX3. 2:15.2 on the last lap compared to Brent Verheyen's 2:17.6. So that's 2.5 seconds that Hugo de Wilde gained on the final lap, on the last lap that is, not the final lap, of course. We're an hour and 20 minutes in here. That'd be a little bit strange. But it just goes to show... Oh, there's the Porsche off in the background.
Oh, no, that's Jos Menton. They've really had a nightmare, these PG Motorsport guys. Oh, just on the power. Just over-rotates so gradually. Flicks it the other way.
Yeah, the tank slapper.
Keeps it out the wall, though. Jelly Stratton's had an issue as well just before that in the Radical. He's obviously good at turning right with that rear wing. Is he just going to snatch a brake as he turns in? Yep. Very easy to do in the Radicals. They are very fragile to drive, very twitchy.
That's a dangerous place to be turning the wrong way, because anyone with a narrow field of view isn't necessarily going to be able to see that far to the left or to the right, and thus it can be really difficult just to navigate such a situation, and thus the use of triple screens.
Yeah, or VR as well. I mean, VR is great for stuff like that, especially in open wheel cars. You can really get a great immersion of being out in an open space with no roof above you and stuff like that. I'm just going to show you all the track map as well, so you can see the spread of the field at the moment. The red cars, I'll actually bring the classes back up, are the Radicals. The orange ones are the Porsche Cup, and then the green are the GT4s, which you can't really see many of on that map at the moment. And then the blue cars are the TCR cars as well. Again, can't see many of them because a lot of the time they're in situations like this where they're holding up some of the faster classes, unfortunately. But I think the field's quite well spread out at the moment. We've got Anthony Beekman, and yeah, he's just going up the Kemmel straight at the moment. Looks like those two cars actually just swapped around. It's Bram Van Putten that's just gone up Eau Rouge. That I was trying to click on, but someone blinked in and out. And the timing screen loves it when people do that. So I did get caught out there. Tommy Rao, though, I'll tell you what, this EMG Motorsport Porsche in the Cup class has been really, really solid so far. They've just carried on eking out that gap more and more. It's nearly 22 seconds now to Elon Bokor in second place. That's a good driver's name as well. That's the Allied Racing Esports Belcar Porsche. A very pretty car, and again, another solid performance at the moment, isn't it, really?
It really is, and it's all down to the drivers who've done the first part of the stint so far on these teams. It was, of course, Michael Pedersen. But this is the 26 car, and in the lead now. I've actually forgot. So, oh, good job. But indeed, Chaz, you are very much correct that it's been very smooth running from the leading 911 Cup cars. We haven't really been seen in them involved in anything really, and that goes to both to say that's in the sense of battling, but also in the sense that they hadn't really had any big sort of incidents. And if you can keep flying under the radar like that, it's going to be perfect for these guys. That's exactly what they want to do here on board with Ruben van Buell, who's 14th overall. That's going to be 5th in class, chasing the car of Pim Bao. And I think this is one of the closest battles that we actually have on track, because this is the car of Pim Bao right in front here. 0.7 of a second as they exit Stavelo 2 onto the Paul Frere straight. And of course down the leads down towards Blanchimont here. Ruben van Buell. Oh, I was thinking, why does he stay that far to the left? But of course,
as well.
to let the Radical through, I was like, did he hit the grass? Isn't there any more grip? Did he just balance it? But of course, what we don't see, we don't know, and the Radical was there all the way through. Oh, the G-Drive car there getting a little bit of a dodgy line, and then the Radical just goes into the pits.
Yeah, I think that's why. I think that's why he was holding it up behind him. He didn't really want to upset the car in front too much. He didn't go for it down the inside into the bus stop. The G-Drive car, though, Pim Bao, obviously taking it quite careful into there, and it didn't really pay off for him in the end. He didn't really do any favours for the Radical, because he was just going to jump out the way anyway. Now this is going to be interesting. Is Van Buell going to go down the inside into Eau Rouge? No, he's not going to get the chance, and he's going to lose. Yeah,
that's going to cost him massively. He might even lose the slipstream of Pim Bao here as he does get a good run coming onto the Kemmel straight, but I think that's it's not going to be complete game over with slipstream, but it certainly was a lot closer before Eau Rouge there than after.
Yeah, he's going to have to put a bit of work in now. We've had an issue for Christophe Rahul as well. I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name. It's the McDonald's car again. These Big Macs aren't doing these boys any favours. Oh, does he want fries with that? No, not quite. Oh, over the curbs as well. The Radical jumps out the way saying, no, thank you, mate, I'm vegan. And he's probably not, but there we go. The McDonald's car having a bit of a rough ride at the moment. They were doing all right at the start of the race, but as things stand now, they're actually 38th overall, 6th in class, and they were in 3rd place earlier, but now that is inherited by Simtag Racing. Janos Scheiner is in 3rd place there. Bram Van Putten, though, is actually 25th overall, and he's got 4 GT4 cars between him and 2nd place in the TCR class. And this is what they did at Zolder as well. They just had an absolutely effortless performance at the front of their class, beating some of the GT4 cars, and well, just drove away with it. Jack Werrell's put a great comment in the chat, actually. I must be biased, but he said he had no fries, but he had plenty of sausage. And he's not wrong, because that was a big old sausage curve that he smacked into. That's very good. And this is why he's a commentator, like us. This is why people are going to start calling it meme races, world. And I really hope they don't, because it's only the commentators that are the absolute memes, because the racing's brilliant. So let's not let it go away from that. Jos Mensen, oh dear, oh dear.
No.
That's had a severe issue.
And that's the exit of Blanchemont. I think that it is.
It won't go back any further than that and show us what happened for some reason. Oh, actually, apologies. Here we go. Here it is.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh,
he gets a slide on early, and then that just... Oh, that's a huge impact.
That is a massive hit. And he rolls the car out of the way as well, so as to not come back across the track and hit anyone. But that was a humongous, humongous hit. And Christophe Rahul's had another issue in the McDonald's car. Again, we've got that same issue where it shows the end of the crash, but not what happened beforehand. So let's have a quick look, see whether... Oh.
It's been a long one there.
Oh, no.
He's going the wrong way!
Now, if you don't know that reference, then I'm afraid that you're not as much of a nerd as Hasse and I. I want to find out originally what happened to cause that. Oh, he's just lost the back end of Blanchemont.
Carbon copy of what we saw for the Porsche before. Oh, when he makes contact with the Cayman there.
Yeah, that was the Scuderia sim racing car of Jeroen Vatlet. That was a scary, scary moment for him. We're going to go back on board and just see. You can't even see it happening. He does lose it.
Jeroen can do absolutely nothing. He's but a passenger. Because if you try to correct the car there coming on the exit of Blanchemont, you're going to lose it anyways, especially the GT4 that does not have that much downforce. Most of the grip comes from the contact between rubber and tarmac. It's called mechanical grip. And if you really upset the car in such a situation on that corner exit, you're going to lose it anyways. So, yeah, really tough luck there. The Yacht car snaking its way through on Matt's Draycott here in the Ola Lulu Racing.
Yeah, they're a long way off. They're actually 20 minutes, nearly 21 minutes off the race leader at the moment, which is a real shame, but they're making their way back up the order. The Pro Oils Motorsport car that we saw from Gus Gunther before was getting flung around in the air down the Kemmel Straight is the only car behind them now. They're actually 40th ahead. The next car ahead is nearly 7 minutes, and that is Christophe Rahul in the McDonald's Racing Audi. And then it's Hassan Arafag in the 528 TCR car as well. But this is, it's been an interesting race so far. A couple of incidents here and there. Oh, and, that was a bit of a wobble on the brakes. I don't think he expected the Porsche to brake that early and take it that safe, but he's done a good job.
Mind you, it's Rao in the leading cup car there. That's why I also had a bit of a... Tommy Rao, of course it is. And yeah, I just got scared on his behalf. I think it's always even worse when it's the race leader getting involved in, well, anything basically. Just managed to stay out of trouble right around there.
Yeah, he's...
So, standings? Chaz, at the moment, it's Hugo de Wilde leading Thomas Stockmans for Simtag, and then Pierre-Yves Cotals in the Scott by SimRC car. So, it's been better earlier days, I want to say, for the SimRC lads in the Radicals, and the Delahaye Racing team by TX3. Well, if we count that as a TX3 team, it just goes to show that TX3, no matter where they go or what they do, it's across every single racing simulator or simcade game that you can possibly think of. They can still field a team that'll be strong enough to contend with the strongest in the world, and that's very impressive.
Yeah, they do an awesome job. I mean, they've raced in some of the leagues that I've been in as well, and it's quite crazy, to be honest, how well a team can do in different disciplines across different platforms, especially when you go from one sim to the other as well. You know, a bit of hesitation there, but it doesn't really cost them that much, to be honest. Thomas Stockmans is 26.5 seconds behind now for SimTag Racing. Tim Jacobs has had an issue, unfortunately. We got some questions in the chat before saying, where is Tim Jacobs? Why can't we see him? We did just catch the end of this, actually. It's the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport Porsche down the inside of the McDonald's Audi into the final corner. Just as it goes over the crest, the rears light up and it goes around. It's so easy to do, though, isn't it, into that chicane? I mean, every single time you go in there, you've got to be ready for the car to over-rotate.
Yeah, you really do, and it's feel like it's something that you, no matter what you do, it's so important to avoid it, because not only it's gonna cost you time through the chicane, it's gonna cost you so much time down towards the source and exit speed. And on the other hand, there is also a lot of time to be gained in the braking zone coming into the bus stop. So that's one of many places here at Spa where it's all about balancing the act. It's all about compromises, finding the best one. Well, that goes for tire setups, that goes for approach to how you race the track and such. It really is a difficult place to master.
Definitely, and we've had an issue for Lorenz Kuipers, unfortunately, in the art car again.
Oh, no.
And Sebastian Morel's just had an issue too, so we're going to have another look back at this and see what's happened. Oh, just on the power, big hit again into the wall. That's the last thing that car needed, isn't it? Because it's already had a massive hit from that incident before. Well, actually, to be fair, it wasn't even that much of a massive hit, but it seemed to do a lot of damage. It says that he's crashed a few times, yeah, straight back to the pits. Here's Sebastian Morel in the GHK E-Racing Cup car. What's happened here? Oh, it looked like, yeah, carbon copy there on the power too early. Oh, no, keep it out the wall. Great job, but that's got to be scary on the apex. Let's just stick with this.
Blind apex there of Malmedy, but he uses the relative.
Yeah.
And it's going again. Oh, that's perfect. Sebastian Morel, who is quite a bit away down the running order in the Cup cars at the moment in the 65 car. Although I want to say his machine still looks fairly mint to me. So that's promising for what's to come later, as we are 2 minutes past the half the race gone marker. I was about to say that's it's an old an old phrase of mine. But we are halfway through now. A bit more even, so we're coming into the final phase. We're going to see drivers and teams beginning to eye out whatever their possibilities are going to be for the final part of the race, and then whether that's going to be strategy, whether that's going to be on a pure pace or whatever, we're going to be seeing teams go for it in terms of getting that final result there towards the end. Of course, as you mentioned earlier, Chaz, this isn't just a one-off event. This is actually a championship series that we've gotten running here on Simracersworld TV with the Belcar. It is, of course, the Belcar eSeries. So results here is also going to count towards a grander scheme of things. And that only makes it even more interesting following along, of course. We're going to be back next Sunday with more racing from this very same series. And I think, Chaz, so far it's been absolutely brilliant here.
Oh yeah, we've seen some fantastic racing. It's been awesome to watch. Really, really good to commentate on. Plenty of action all up and down the field. And to be honest, it may change the sort of outlook for these drivers in a special event where you do a couple of hours in an endurance race. A lot of the time it's just bragging rights. It doesn't count towards a championship because it is sort of its own championship as such. There's no sort of, oh, we'll just hang back and finish second because we'll get more points. It's, we need to win this race. And in this situation now, they do have to think, as if a long run, just to think that we want points. That's all we need to do. If we're going to get second, so be it. We could win another one a bit further down the line. But we have quite a few of the events on, though, for you guys. I'm just going to drag up the calendar now. So we've got the 3 hours of Spa today. We then have the Zolder 3 hours a week today, and then 2 weeks after that we have the Daytona 3 hours, and then 2 weeks after that on the 28th of June it's the Spa 6 hours, and then you have to wait quite a little bit then until the final round of the season. Well, it's going to be a spooky affair as we have the Zolder 24 hours for you from the Belcar eSeries on Halloween, out of all days, Hasse. So that's going to be pretty amazing. CJ says in the chat, is this Assetto Corsa Competizione? It is not, my friend, no. Assetto Corsa Competizione currently has just GT3 cars. What you're looking at now is a Porsche Cup car. Not quite to GT3 spec, but this is iRacing, the beautiful and wonderful iRacing that we know and love. Assetto Corsa Competizione is a very good sim, I will give it that. Apparently iRacing is for the bigger boys. I'm not going to let you... Please don't start that argument in here, because they are both amazing sims. I did a broadcast on Assetto Corsa Competizione last night, with David Perrell, and it was amazing fun. Really, really good. Amazing sim, and that's all we're going to say on it, unfortunately, because I mean, I'm sure you'll agree, Hasse. You've come from a Gran Turismo sport background as well, and a lot of sim racing. There's a lot of pros and cons to all of them, isn't there, really?
There really is. I came from, well, even earlier Gran Turismo games, and when I was a young kid in the late 90s, I played stuff like Colin McRae Rally 2 on my old wheel. I had that for the PlayStation 1 and stuff. But yeah, indeed, as you can you say progress through the sims, it seems like a lot of people who get into sim racing get into, as Hugo de Wilde, the leader there. The 42 car in the Radicals has a big moment there in the bus stop. But it seems when you get into sim racing, you might be getting into the Gran Turismo or Project Cars or Forza or whatever. And then as you progressively drive more and more, you might want to have a more immersive experience or feel like that there's just more joy to the driving element of things. Because what Gran Turismo does so well is that it allows for some really good racing to be had, and it allows for racers to race each other, whether they're on a pad, just with their PlayStation and a pad, or if they have a wheel and all that stuff, which is great. It's given birth to a really good community around that and stuff, and I really like to see that. But it's certainly nothing in terms of simulation value from what you get here in iRacing or on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Kuno's generally doing a really good job as well, and there are others out there like R-Factor 2 and stuff. The up-and-coming Automobilista 2, based on the engine, the Madness engine from Project Cars 2, that has perhaps the best weather system of any sim racer out there. And I think to pair that with the feel and force feedback from the first Automobilista game, that could be very promising indeed as well. That's what I'm hearing. So I think there's a lot to look forward to. But in many people's opinion, it seems iRacing is the pinnacle, and I do agree on that. But it's not like the other stuff that's out there doesn't have anything to give.
Yeah, definitely. It's certainly a community amongst all sim racers where everyone can come together and agree that one is better than the other at certain things, and I'll always do that. You know, I mean, iRacing is the main sim that I've always used. People have said, "Oh, try Assetto Corsa, try R-Factor," and I've been like, but you sort of, I don't like change too much, if I'm honest with you. I've tried the others and I've enjoyed all of them for their own reasons. I've done videos, broadcasts on all of them now, and I can tell you that it's very different each time. But I think in terms of the broadcasting side of things, as you can see here, everyone, from the overlay that we have, I mean, with the stuff we can do with this by chucking a track map up, you can have the dashboard if you want, you can have the class display, you can have your battle boxes. Yes, they may overlap because I do them all at once, but some of the broadcasting side of things with iRacing, shout out to SDK Gaming for this software, by the way, it's amazing. It just has that little edge over some of the others, and I think that's why we do get such great shows out of it. But anyway, back to the racing. Kobe Class has had an issue here in the Radical. Just trying to see what's happened because... here we go. Apologies for this, everyone. This is because of my rendering settings on iRacing. Oh, he's actually had a moment at the top of the hill. It's got damage. He's pulled it out of the way. I didn't know there was a service road there. But he's pulled it out of the way and gone straight back into the pits. So that's a shame for the Dynamics racing car. There's a big hit on the front end. He might have actually put it in the wall at the top of the hill, I'm afraid. And that means Verstratten's gone through into 8th place now in the number 67. Last in class at the moment is still the Stasis car, which looks like they're out of the race. It's not actually... it's not even clicking back to the pit lane, so they are out of the race, I'm afraid. Real shame that is as well. The Art car, which we both loved as well. We've had an issue for Kevin Lemons as well. I'm not sure whether this was an ongoing one, whether he's just wide at Blanchemont. He is, yes. So no real problems to worry about there from him. But this race, it's developed quite a lot. I mean, we're 20 minutes away from being 2 hours in, 2/3, and I tell you what, this second hour has really flown by, hasn't it, at the moment?
It really has indeed, and feel like that's how it is when you're in good company. Chaz, Porsche Sport in chat mentioning that John Hindhaugh did 12 hours straight yesterday. He is a bit of a legend already before having done 12 hours straight in the booth. And now knowing that he's done 12 hours straight in the booth, he's just had his legend status even explode even more for me. One of the best motorsports commentators, I want to say, of all time. If you want to have a bit of a taste of what passion is, listen to commentary by John Hindhaugh. He is a great man indeed.
He is, definitely.
And just to finish on answering on Porsche Sports comment there, we're going to be Chess, we're going to be the lovely young Jack Werrell, and myself in the booth for the 24 hours of Zolder. And we've actually been speaking about this, all three of us, across that. I think we're really already now here at we're half a year, give or take, away from the actual date. We're already looking forward to it, and I'm sure it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, we are very, very excited about that one. I'm just having a look now because we did have it down on a roster. Now this isn't going to be gospel, so don't take this completely from me. But I believe what we're going to do is splits of 2 hours. But if I'm honest with you, I think Hasse will probably agree with me as well. I'm happy to sit in for the full 24 hours. I don't care. If we'll have the odd break, obviously, for a few minutes, maybe half an hour. If we have a bit of immersion, maybe swap some of them out. But yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm in for the 24 hours. I don't know about you, mate.
Well, I've done 18 hours straight, as we had a charity broadcast a time ago on Half the Race Gone. That's what Martin van Rijwijk, TSR Martin, he mentions in chat as well. So say I do have a feel of what it's like to be in the booth for that long, and sometimes, let me say, after 18 hours, finding the words and dragging them out your mouth is, even though it seems effortless for us normally, Chaz, it's all of a sudden it becomes very, very difficult to find something just remotely interesting to say, and it's tough. But I think with the racing, and that also goes, and that's another thing in iRacing, that there's so much to consider. There's so much that can go wrong, and one mistake can be so costly, and on a scale that you don't see anywhere else, really.
I'm just having a look here, actually. Ewald van der Meren's just had an issue in the Porsche. Is it just in front of him here? No, apparently not. Ewald van der Meren. Oh, here we go. In the TCR car. Oh, gets the gravel with the left rear, and around it goes. And that is quite a scary place for that to happen. Oh, he pulls it onto the racing line. Thinks, is anyone coming? Try and turn the boat of an RS3 around. And yeah, he does just disappear there because he was over the other side of the track where we weren't looking. Hugo de Wilde, race leader in the pit lane now in the Radical. Look at the turning circle of that thing. He almost over-rotated it in the pit lane. It's fantastic. Porsche Sport saying, record that sound clip. Chaz just committed to 24 hours. Oh no, the stream's going down. Jack Werrell says he straight away he said he'd do the full 24. He's not lying. Me and Jack, Ian, Roots, and Hasse were all in a big chat together, and he said, right, we've got a 24-hour coming up, and we all went, we'll do it. That's it, done. We'll do it. And everyone said, yeah, we'll go 24. But I think it would be sensible for us to have breaks, as I'm sure you'll all agree and forgive us for. But I tell you what, I think for the three of us to do it all together it's going to be absolutely amazing. And this series, it's thrown up some brilliant racing for us. No matter what we've done, the actual first event that we did at Zolder was incredible. And even on a bigger, wider, sort of more open track like this at Spa, it just shows that the racing wasn't just compacted down into that by it being Zolder. Oh, Ruben van Buel's had an issue, and that's big damage to the front of the car.
Van Buel, the Pro Assist sim racing car there, the number 23 machine, kept it clean for so far, so long. And that's the McDonald's. Oh, and he just got tipped. Oh, that was like a cop trying to stop a runaway bank robber. And I'm sure it was by no malicious intent indeed, but what a big shame there for Ruben van Buel, who just got pit and collected there. There's another look.
Ready for it. Bye, he goes, and that is it. And wow,
Yeah.
that was it was the tiniest of touches as well. Then that's the thing, really, really small touch, and it just unsettles that car quite a lot. There's a lot of damage to the front of that McDonald's car at the moment. I bet he's not loving it, and it really needs to come in the pits, to be honest with you. So it does definitely need to come into the pit lane. He just might not have thought that the Porsche was going to still have the overlap. He must have thought that it was going to clear him by that point. Tyne is also, another car that really needs to come in. The damage on the front of that is not going to do him any favours. Around it goes.
Comes in so quickly there into Brussels, and he just kisses the soft barrier on the outside with the rear end, but it doesn't seem like there's any damage to the car to me, but it's very biffed.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, the McDonald's car as well was running really well before. It was third in class for a lot of the start of the race, and just gradually over the course of the race, the standards has just dropped quite a bit, I'm afraid. It has to be said. Christoph Reichel, they're still sixth in class at the moment, but quite a few of them have dropped off.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm sorry about the jokes to everybody. I shouldn't really laugh at them being taken out like that, but this is sim racing. Luckily, no one gets hurt. No one has to foot the bill for the car or anything like that. We need to try and take these things lightly and with a pinch of salt, and, well, maybe a lot of salt if it's a Mackey's, but you know what I mean. Pim Bao and Jonas Windy at the moment are still racing together on circuit here, having a bit of a battle. It looks like Pim Bao has got through in the G-Drive car. Well, obviously, because he's in front. However, it's not like he's really cleared the JJ Motorsport car and run away with it, is he? He's still putting the pressure on here from within a second behind.
Yeah, indeed, and at this point, Windy is still going to be in the slipstream. So, by no means over here, and doesn't take much for that gap to come right together. It's one bad exit. It's one poor run there up through Radillion, for instance, and Jonas Windy will be right on the tail of Pim Bao again. And mind you, they are battling for podium positions here in the 911 Cup class at the moment. So while we said that it's strung out a little bit with the racing and it's not so close as it was in the early parts of the race, we still do have close battling going on. I also just want to mention that interestingly, we've had a bit of shuffling about in the radicals, because it's still Rocco Cipollino leading for the Belahaye racing team by TX3. But then Robert Janssens for Fast Racing is now in second. 9 seconds down, so actually pretty close, to be honest there. Fabrice Cornelis back in the car for Simtech Racing. They're third at the moment there. Rudolf Nagel in fourth. And then Steph Delnut in the GHKE Racing by T2 racing car, although they are a minute down at the moment. They were running. Cipollino has a bit of a spicy moment there, exiting Stablo 1. And then in sixth place in the radicals, it's Jorn van den Akker in the Traxxas by J&V Services car. So even though they got away cleanly, the radicals, time has taken its toll on that class, and they're just down to 6 cars on the lead lap now, I think.
Yeah, there's the number is gradually ticking down further and further as we go along. The McDonald's car got a 30-second stop and go. Anton Dupin has confirmed from race control. Interestingly, Fabrice Cornelis, despite still having that damage on the right-hand side of the car, has just done a purple final sector on that last lap, so he is really flying, and who better to go on board for a lap with at the moment, unless anything severe happens further down. I'll tell you what, actually, Hans Blanquart has had an issue, or Blanquart. Just have a look what's happened here in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar Porsche. Is that over-rotating? Oh, he's just clipped the grass for a moment, but he survives that quite well, to be honest with you. Here we go, then we will have our lap with Fabrice Cornelis, a very talented Belgian sim racer. And, well, these radicals do pick up so much. They've not got the best top speed in the world, but it's the pure acceleration of how we get there, isn't it? It's just amazing.
Yeah, it gets there really quickly indeed. And they do also reach top speed on the Camel Straight, usually. So, and not a lot of cars actually do that. You know, usually you need a bit more space to actually go up. But it says a lot about just how much drag that downforce, that big old rear wing, the splitter at the front, etc. They really have a lot of downforce, and also just goes to show that the speed in some of those corners through Malmedy and such, it's more like watching a Formula 1 car basically than any other prototype. They really fly along the place.
And even here down the hill now towards Pouhon, it's the level of commitment. It's just amazing. When you go into there, look, we're doing over 200 kilometers an hour, of course, 120 miles an hour around there, and the car just sticks, runs a little bit wide, back on the throttle, and doing 120, maybe 130 on the exit again. It's just insane. It just shows that all that downforce, it's not just there to look pretty. It is very much a car that functions as intended. I know a couple of people that have been out in them, some people that own them as well, and go on track days in them. And I can imagine just having a nice sunny day, just going to a racing circuit and being able to throw one of these around, knowing that you're probably going to outrun most things on track. It must be pretty exciting.
I really think it is, Chaz. I really think so. And of course, these radicals also running the real-life Belcar series, and running in one of those radicals is one of my, well, childhood and all of my life. One of my big heroes, Tom Bonen. I think all of our Belgian viewers will be well familiar. And even as a Dane, cycling is big in Denmark. And I've just always been a fan of Tommeke. But he drives one of these radicals in real life as well, and has aspirations of trying to make it to race Le Mans and such. And I think that's really interesting to see. We see it with actors like the Fabien Barthez, the Barthez Racing, who they win Le Mans last year. I think they actually did in LMP2.
Yeah.
And of course the Dempsey Proton Motorsports. We've got Michael Fassbender on his way to try to do a charge at Le Mans this year as well for Porsche. I think that's interesting to see that type of gentleman's driving being kept alive, something and a part of GT racing, endurance racing as well, that I personally really enjoy.
Yeah, it's great that, you know, people do make the crossover for that as well. A lot of people remember quite famously that Shane Lynch used to try and, well, I'll say try and, he did race in the British GT Championship in the early 2000s. Anyone that doesn't know Shane Lynch, go and Google him. You'll see, you'll soon see. Marvin Julian Amance, he's in the G-Drive Racing Exemia car. Marvin added me on Facebook actually, just after the virtual Belcar event, and the stuff he posts is very funny. He's a very entertaining man. He's got a good sense of humour, and he's very handy in a race car as well, it seems, as we can see here. The guys in the G-Drive car that we're on board with now are 8th in class at the moment, but gradually improving and making their way up the order. Tim Jacobs just in front of them there is actually for position as he swaps with the Dynamics Racing car. That's the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport Porsche in front. Going into the bus stop, I'm pretty sure that with the pace that Marvin's on at the moment, we are going to see a change for position here. We will go back on board and just see how this battle manages to end up. Just trying to open up the opportunity here. Plenty of orange going in. Looks down the inside into La Source. Late on the brakes, on and off, does force the issue. I'll tell you what, that was gutsy stuff. He's not quite got the overlap as they go down the hill. Honestly, I've been doing too much broadcasting. As it goes down the hill towards the Rouge, and then back up towards Radion. The sun glaring, it looks great. Now watch the slipstream here. Actually, he's got a very good run. He's lined it up nicely. You can see the flies and the
back of your chest.
Yeah, you can just see the run is working nicely. I was just going to say, you can see the flies and rubbish all spattered up the front of these Porsches as the race goes on. He moves over and says, I have got rid of the overlap, covers the inside line. Very good driving there from Marvin Julian Amance, and the position, 15th overall, 7th in class, is now his, and they're only one place off where they started. Now, next up ahead of him is Renzo Eulenbroek, and he is only 2.6 seconds up the road, so another position very soon if he keeps it on. I do have to very quickly cut to the Oliver Stratton's had another issue in this radical. This car has earned its own weight in car parts at the moment, I think.
Yeah, that's
so easy to do.
It's another 180 in the bus stop. We've seen numerous of those, especially for the radicals. It seems they're twitchy. They're under braking with the rear end. We've got Ibo asking where the Scuderia sim racing car is, and
look at that! Oh, you could not write that. Wow!
what a beautiful transition there. But that is Kevin Lemons here. He is indeed quite a bit of way down the running order. He's actually 10th in class at the moment. But that car has been through a lot. The number 014 machine there. It's been around. Let's just say that. It's not been all smooth sailing for them this race. So I think it goes to show in the amount of bumps and biffs there at the front of the car. The suspension doesn't look to be tracking perfectly as well either. And at this point, it's just about trying to salvage as much as possible here. The PG Motorsports NL car again.
Yeah, there's something wrong with the front of that, isn't there? You can tell visually, but I mean, you don't need anyone like me to tell you there's something wrong with the front of it. But yeah, it's.
I'm sorry, Chaz, but I think just my personal opinion here, but he needs to bring in that car for repairs because at the moment they are a little bit of a danger for everyone else on track, but they're keeping it running. Of course, at this point, he was so close to the 2-hour mark here. We're just 4 minutes away. I do believe they'll be trying to get it to the end of the stint, and then they'll be taking the final hour of the race from there. But
okay, let's have a look. See what we can do at the Scuderia car. It's just disappeared off my screen again. Yeah, Kevin Lemons, his teammate actually was deemed to be the cause of the start accident with a couple of these lot. They did hang back a little bit and try and get a run down the hill, went around the outside of him, came across the front of another Porsche, and then that caused a humongous domino effect down towards Eau Rouge. The Radical doesn't get all the room in the world there to go around. That was almost a scary moment there between those boys. Luckily, nothing bad came of that, but it could have been very, very different. Very, very different. And he's gone in the pits now as well, so he's out of the way. Tynes Jellison as well, as we were saying before, just needs to bring it in and get it repaired. It may be a case of it could take a long time to get repaired, but I think they have to bite the dust, unfortunately, with that one. Oh, nearly turns in on the Radical as well.
The Naviflex machine, the 67 cars there, who's been through a lot. Those two have that in common. And then I think we've had Dieter Ertz, who had a bit of a problem as well not too long ago, but he's got into the pit lane now.
Yeah, we'll just have a quick look back. These guys were leading the class.
Late racing. They were, I was just about to say, Chaz, they were actually leading, weren't they? Oh,
just a little moment, isn't it? Not too bad.
Got a car they've fallen off by quite a lot now. Cedric Bollen and the Scott by Sim RC car down in 7th place. And they were top running contenders for so long. I don't recall having seen what happened with that car. So that's a bit of a surprise, actually. And I didn't mention it earlier when we saw that there was a bit of a shake-up there in the Radicals. I think that was the shake-up that I noticed.
There's the other Talk Free car. That's the leader in class.
So they are.
There's two of them.
We have been perplexed. There's two.
There's the Carrot car and then the La Source car. So thankfully we didn't get that completely wrong.
They both have carrot on them.
They do, yes, they do. So Marvin Julio Mance has apparently overtaken somebody at. I'm being told here to go and have a look at it. I'll have to have a quick look. I'm just trying to see if we can scroll back through it. See whether we can get an overtake on here. Doesn't seem to be coming up on my screen. However, guess what? We've had... Oh, no, it's not clicked on the right one. We've had another issue for the PG Motorsport NL car over the crest. No. Oh, turns it in. Lights it up the rears on the exit. Yep, there it goes. And also, just as we looked away from it...
No!
The class leader.
The class leader. That was the class leader!
Honestly, I don't know what this curse is with me, but every time I look at a car, I say, "Oh, they're doing all right," and then it goes to pot. Jorn van den Akker.
Nothing to see here. It's just.
Sorry about that, everyone. But Jorn van den Akker has apparently gone on and off track, and a couple of times the G-Drive car hits him.
Huge impact.
I'm not sure whether he came across there. We'll have to go on the chopper cam. Does the G-Drive car leave room? Yeah, to be fair, if I'm honest, that's on Van den Akker for me.
Comes across too early indeed, Chaz. He doesn't clear the Cup car on his outside before he pulls out to get the ideal racing line coming into Blanchimont, and oh, that car is completely bent. Yeah. It's going to be a long pit stop for them. But that, I'm afraid, is on Jorn himself to just make sure that he clears traffic before pulling in ahead.
Yeah, and I think you can say now that is Jorn van den Akker car. It's done with. And here is our race leader then, Rocco Ciboleno. Oh, actually, Rudolf Nagel is right behind Robbie Janssens here in the Radicals fight for 3rd place. And Rudolf, of course, was leading the race before overall, and he wants to get the Sim RC Club Sport car back up there in 1st place.
He's back up into 3rd now, but it's true that it's been a great comeback from Rudolf so far. He was in 5th place at some point. I don't know what happened to them. They hadn't even had any problems. What caused them to...
It was the disconnect, wasn't it?
That was the disconnect, yes, of his teammate, indeed. And he was back in the car after a tow. But of course, that's going to have cost him a minute or so. And the gap at the moment, well, to be fair, it's not that big because Fabrice Cornelis is just 2.2 seconds up ahead. Of course, Cornelis, they had that incident earlier on as well. And that's left the De La Haye racing team by TX3 with Rocco Ciboleno in the car at the moment, up ahead by half a minute.
It's amazing how it does shake up and then come back together again. And we've just gone over the 2-hour mark here, so a 1/3 of the race left to go. And well, that 2nd hour really did fly by. Lots of action going on. I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. Thank you everybody for watching. We have 47 likes on the stream, 1 dislike, you cheeky sausage. 250 viewers though throughout the stream so far. It's been a very consistent number. Very grateful for that. Please do remember to like the video and subscribe to Simracersworld TV. This is not just a one-off event around the 3 hours of Spa. This is round 1 of the virtual Belcar eSeries. We have a full championship of this for you. We have another round next week, and then they are split up by 2 weeks. And then the final round is the 24 hours of Zolder on Halloween. It's going to be an amazing season. Can't wait to see more of this endurance racing with so many classes involved, especially with these radicals, because, I mean, they sound, look, and they go great as well. Marvin Giulio Mance, by the way, Gilliam of Mance, I should say. Renzo Eulenbroek is just in front there. And this chase once again on now. Mance is doing a great job to come through the field so quickly, but we didn't expect anything else from G-Drive, really, did we?
No, not at all, not at all. It's, I was about to say it's just the usual G-Drive performance, which is to be understood that it's been really strong here. Oh, as he actually has such a run there. He's not really able to utilize it in the first place, but he does get on past there. And of course, I think Eulenburg makes a wise choice not to be battling Marvin Amantz, because that G-Drive machine has been flying along and he's been gaining quite a bit of time there, over a second on the last lap, which was incidentally the fastest lap in the race for Renzo Eulenburg in the Red Ant Racing. So pretty good idea, I think, not to do too much battling. And I think that's the PG Motorsports car up ahead as well. They're going to be lapping in a moment. Let's hope that for all involved that goes smoothly.
Let's not jinx it now, shall we?
I feel like we jinxed it less by just being completely open and straight up about it, because I feel like when you are that, it's like, oh, they're gonna crash now, and they keep it, they hold it, they don't, you know. And then when you just say, oh, he's going along and nothing to see here, then you switch away. Boop.
That's the thing now. I'm scared to change the camera and look away from this now, because of the way my commentator's curse is slightly different to other people that I know. Usually you'll say, oh, we're going to have a look at this guy doing well. You look at it, then he crashes. With mine, you look away from it and then they crash. Apparently the Red Ant car has had a crash somewhere. Not that I know of, mate. Unfortunately, I've not seen it happen. If anything, Ibo, it's going to be a long time since it happened, so I'm not going to be able to go back that far with ease and pick out the one you need, unfortunately, mate. We'll try and show as many replays as we can when stuff does happen, But yeah, if it was quite a while ago, then we can't really spend too much time sifting through all the events, because we have something called an event viewer on the timing screen for anyone that hasn't seen it before. In the bottom right, we have the exact second that something happens, whether someone enters the pit lane, whether they go off track, whether they overtake someone else, and it lists everything exactly as it happens. And we can click on that, go back to it, and see what happens. You know, with an accident, with a manoeuvre like this, for example, Sam Putterville's just passed your own Vatlet. Boom, click it, there it is, and they were rendered on the other side of the track because he was in the pit lane. It's as easy as that, but we have to go sifting through quite a lot if we are to look back, I'm afraid. So it's not that easy to go that far back. This is the Dries Roher and Sebastian Morel battle. Morel really closing up on in there. Oh, bit of a wobble there going into Lecom on the brakes. Manages to keep it. That's another livery I'm quite a fan of, actually, Hasse. That's a Vapor Shop car. There's a lot going on, but it's quite classy, isn't it? Especially with the font used on the text. It looks quite nice.
It certainly does, and I don't know why, but it's kind of got like a sort of 70s vibe to the logo and stuff, and it's actually very classy indeed. I do like it. Of course, the color combination of orange and black, always a known winner, and I think you can ask any of the G-Drive lads about that, and they'll be agreeing for sure.
Definitely.
But yeah, classy livery indeed, and I think it has to be said that the overall livery game has been on point. It's been very strong and very good looking. We've had lots of eye candy in that sense.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's good to know, because that's going to be like this for the rest of the series. Then.
Certainly will be. This is the race leader in the Porsche Cup class, by the way, Elon Bacor, just coming in the pit lane for Allied Racing Esports Belcar. Probably my favourite livery on the grid, to be honest. In the number 26, Boudrin Kuster is in second place in class now, after obviously pitting before them. The gap is, well, it was 1.5 minutes, and I think that we're going to see, I think Elon might be able to hold this out, although 30 seconds, no, it's definitely not 30 seconds in that pit lane, it's very long. So we'll go on board with Boudrin Kuster and just see whether he does come out in front. Michael Pedersen gets back in the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine. You can see just little twitches and little bits of corrective oversteer, even on the brakes in these Porsches. They might have the brake bias set quite far back just to get the car stopped as quickly as possible, but as a lot of sim racers will know, it really does start to unsettle it, doesn't it, when you have the brake bias quite far back?
It really does, but to be fair, on the Porsche 911 Cup car, it also does run comfortably on brake biases that would be absolutely unheard of to run in any other car. I often have mine set around 47-48% when running the Cup car. So it's very different in that sense, as Kuster does go back into the lead. I was expecting this to happen. They were ahead by quite a margin before. It was like half a minute or so, and it does look like it's going to be the difference as Pedersen now exits the pit lane. And just a little mentioning early days in the broadcast, Chaz, we were talking about Belgian names, Flemish names, Dutch, etc. In Danish, it's actually not Pedersen, it's Pedersen.
Oh, right.
It's this lovely mute D we've got in our language that's making it so hard to learn for everyone else.
Whoa, that's the position, by the way.
That's on the outside, that got very scary indeed there. But of course, a battle for second place, he's going to take whatever chances he can to get in front there. Michael Pedersen, but it does sound better just to say Pedersen, to be fair, so let's just keep it.
Look at that, you wouldn't be expecting a G-Drive Porsche to come past that quickly, would you, when you go down the Kemmel Straight? What a brilliant, brilliant manoeuvre that was, but it was certainly a focusing one there from the G-Drive racer, and he's not letting him get away too much at the moment though, so it'll be good to see if Michael can manage to hold this and get back on his tail, but easier said than done when it's G-Drive that you're chasing, isn't it? As they go down through Pouhon. It's just, the cars look so planted as they go around there as well. I mean, on some of the other parts of the lap, they do look a bit twitchy and slightly out of shape. I'm just very, very attentive to how planted they look on certain parts, and I just worry about these Porsches. I mean, I've driven the car a lot on iRacing, and it's very difficult to get some good pace out of it, and it just takes that slight bit too much throttle. and it will really punish you for it. Oh, it's Tyne Gillison's gone around again in the background there in the PG Motorsport NL car. Oh, Munir Arafag's gone off as well in the TCR car. A lot going on here. Yeah, let's have a look. GT4
Rush
traffic.
hour.
Oh, he's gone in deep. He's gone in very deep. Is he going to get killed?
Oh.
It's like the red arrows.
Very, very well done from the rest of those drivers not to get caught up in Munir's little spin here. We mentioned that kind of slow when the rear just slowly goes on you, and it happens so slowly that you might not really be realizing it before it has too much momentum there, and it's too late. So that's well done from everyone else in that situation to avoid it. There is now Yannick Redant. He's back in the car, and
oh, apparently, sorry, Dries Rohart was just flicking on and off in the timing screen, and it thought that Yannick had overtaken him. Yannick back out though for Red Ant Racing, and after a bit of an eventful first hour to the race, it seems to have settled down for them. Just getting into a rhythm. They're 9th in class at the moment. Pedersen is 3rd in class now after that. Rob Tyson in the G-Drive Racing Xemia car, which we saw as well before, have that that incident with... Actually, sorry, no, it was the Pro Assist Sim Racing one of Glenn Van Perrie that got involved before. They're still 5th in class though. They're doing a really good job, but a minute and 13 seconds off class leader after that incident before, I'm afraid. But it's still good that they've kept the pace up. Just wanted to say as well, Menno Van Duren in the chat says, Chaz and Hasse doing a great job again. Proud dad of Marvin Julian Amance. And I tell you what, thinks we're doing a good job. Thank you very much for that, by the way. But Marvin Amance is doing a great job as well. That G-Drive car, maybe unlucky 13, but it really is flying.
Yeah, indeed, it's been going so well for Marvin. He's brought that car up from, I want to say, somewhere in the mid-pack in the 911 Cup standings.
Yeah.
All the way up to a very comfortable and steady podium position here. It's the 14 machine.
It just disappears behind the post, doesn't it?
It does completely. There are like times where it's gone and then it pops out again. I was, hey, I'm still here, you know. Okay.
It's awesome, isn't it? Just speaking about a good drive, by the way, the other G-Drive car, not to get too much of a brown nose here, but Rob Tyson as well. Don't forget that car had the issues at the start and then came back through. Oh, Yannick Redant, we were looking at him before. He's actually had an issue of his own here, and this is not Yannick Redant. Please, software. Oh, it's going to be a snatch of the brakes, isn't it? Definitely a snatch of the brakes. Yep.
Oh, and the wrong way indeed, and he goes straight to the wall.
Oh, that was big.
F's out for that one. Respectful F's.
Oh, God, straight across the track, though. He's not messing about getting it back to the pits, but that's a real shame. And like I was saying before, all that does is drill home the point I was saying before. You just put the brake bias too far back, and all it takes is for you to think, oh, I've not made this corner, and then the back end comes around on you when you press the brakes a bit too hard. It very quickly rotates. Dries Moosdy's just had an issue in the Dynamics Racing Optica car. These guys have had a bit of a tough race since that incident at Eau Rouge before. Bit too hot into there. That's rotating all day. Just as the car dips down, there's a real sort of dip halfway round the source, isn't there? I mean, we'll go on board and show you just so you can see it. As you get to the apex, it really does suddenly hop down, and I think that's really part of the contributing factor. There it is. And as the front hits the bottom of the dip, grabs the grip again as the second place Porsche just about gets by, it really, really does unsettle a car with such a short wheelbase that is so low to the ground as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't. I think they're also a little too stiff to really be handling some of that bumpiness there. I think the bigger cars with more weight to them and such are just going to be more well suited for just getting a bit of a slingshot out there, because in some cars it feels like you can use that hole, it's just a slight dip, that you can actually use it to get that slingshot out of the source and really get a good run. But apparently that's not the case in the radicals. You really have to be careful. We're on board here with the Sky Limit race team, the number 69 car. Let's stay the Souffleurs on his defensive mission there. Is that Rohart? It is indeed, and that's a position change. And we're still on the gearbox of Davy Souffleurs here.
Yeah, sorry about that. There was a delay on the software. Then I was clicking it and nothing happened. That scared the life out of me then. My internet, as people will have known from any of my broadcasts recently, has been very unreliable, to say the least, in a nice way. Thank you, Vodafone. But yeah, I thought I'd had a little bit of an issue with the disconnect there, so thankfully not. But yeah, nicely done move by Dries Rohart, and he's actually gained quite a lot of time already. I mean, Davy Suffaliers wasn't putting too much of a fight up. He doesn't want to lose too much time to him. He just wants to get on with his own race and scoop up some championship points, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He certainly does in another one of those Scott-sponsored cars. And but it's true. What we spoke about earlier with the points and this race being a part of a series and all that sweet stuff. Well, I think with 45 minutes to go at this point, now it's when it's really beginning to be a thing, I think, at least, for the different teams. Okay, let's just keep this position. We're in a good place. Let's say, for instance, for these lads, they're in the top 10. They're in 8th place. They're going to pick up some points. And of course, they might also still be on for whatever scraps can fall off. Because at this point, it's certainly going to be more important just to keep it smooth, to keep it on the track, than to go out and set an absolutely blistering pace. Of course, can you set a blistering pace and keep it smooth and on track at the same time? That's exactly what you want to do. But there's certainly no point in pushing it too far. We saw the Red Ant Racing car have that off 2 seconds ago, or not 2 minutes ago. And that goes to show a very good example of just how quickly it can go wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you mentioned before keeping a good pace and keeping it smooth on track. I can't do either, never mind both of them at the same time. So it's good to see that these boys can do it and do it so well, because the pace tonight's been brilliant. These radicals are flying. It's nice to see them getting a bit mucky as well towards the end of the race, and I think that's one of the beautiful things that iRacing does. You will see some of the cars getting a little bit dirty. A couple of flies and splatters, bits of dirt up the side. Some of them, when the drivers do change, sometimes it does reset that, unfortunately, but we'll see it on a couple of the cars where they are getting mucky. We haven't really looked at the TCRs much recently, but Jeremy Hessels, who's a regular in the Simracersworld TCR series, is leading the way for Dynamic Simulators Red, doing a fine job. They've got a 4-second lead over Ben Thayens, though, another regular in that championship in the G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR car. He's just got the Vapor Shop Porsche going past him there. Third in chat is Keanu Reeves Beef Bourguignon in the Flemish SimSports TCR car. My old mate from the Le Mans 2.4 hours. Again, solid performance from these guys, and that's just what they did at Le Mans. So it seems that this is their specialty, and it's good to see that they can maintain that consistency. And then if we look in the Porsche GT4 class, it is still Tim Claeson's top of the pile there for Talk Freak Racing. Flemish SimSports second. Hans Polmans in second, and Maxime van den Hoof, Heli ABK Racing GT4. That's a nice livery that we've not really seen much of as well. Same with Edge Sports as well. Luckily, not the car in front, which was the Red Ant car, which has quite a lot of damage on the front. But some of these liveries, I mean, apologies to the ones that haven't had much airtime, but there are a lot of under-the-radar performances in a race like this, aren't there?
There really is, and it's it's a bit of a paradox that you have to put your car on the wall if you want airtime. But of course, incidents are also going to be entertaining to watch. We don't want to miss them, so we do watch when there are incidents indeed, of course. And it often so happens that the cars that just, as you said, Chaz, go under the radar and just live their own still peaceful existence in the pack somewhere, or at the front even sometimes, that we've seen with the GT4s here today, that it might not be a way to get a lot of TV time, but they sure are getting good results from their consistency. And that's the PG Motorsports 911 Cup car yet again. It certainly looks like Herbie by now at the front end. They're so mangled and tangled, and really maybe that's got a bit to do with the coloring as well, but it even looks like it has a little happy smile on his face. And by the way, now it's Patrick Young in the number 4 machine. That's, of course, the Sim RC car that's come out of the pits. And I think Rocco Cipollino must be ready for a pit stop soon as well, and I would expect him to be getting out of the car. Same goes for Fabrice Cornelis and Steph Delnus as well, who's currently 3rd in class in the GHK Racing by T2 racing car, which is pretty impressive given that they were also a bit of way down
I've just been asked what happened to Mance. He's actually swapped over with Steve Clays, who's got back in the number 13 G-Drive Racing Exemia car. They're now in 6th place in class. The driver change just happened not too long ago. I think just a couple of laps, actually, since Steve jumped in. But Steve's been quick in that machine as well, so I'm sure that the pace will continue as it was that Marvin was doing. And pardon the pun, but let's take a ganders at Mike Goosens in the TCR car, the BMS Motorsport car. I'm sorry if you did get that reference. They've had a bit of a rough and tumble race, but despite the fact that the car looks very clean, actually, they've been involved in a couple of incidents. The pace hasn't really been there. They did last time round a 2 minute 41.4, whereas the car ahead did a 2:26.29. Oh, sorry, Tim Yelson's in the Porsche. So the TCR car ahead was 5 seconds clear of them on that last lap, but they've kept the car clean, and you know they're going to make it to the end and grab a lot of points from the fact they're still finishing. So that's just the spirit of it, isn't it, to keep going like that?
Yeah, very much so. And at this point, we also have to remember that those significant drops in lap times could be down to traffic, and especially these cars that are really nowhere close to any of the direct competitors in their classes. Seeing a lot of gentlemanly decisions being taken to just get completely off the racing line and off the throttle as well, and do that once or twice in a lap, and it's going to cost you 5 seconds easily. So it just goes to say that it could be the reason they had a slow lap last time out. Yes, there's a bit of a dicey moment there as the 65 Porsche dives in on a TCR. That's one of the G-Drive cars, isn't it?
Let's have a look. It's not Rob Tyson, sorry. Oh, it was the TCR car. I've gone on to the completely wrong thing. There is Ben Thanes.
It wasn't him.
The other one, so yeah. Oh no, look at, honestly, me and this curse. Mike Goosens, who I've said we've not really looked at much. They've had a trouble-free race. We look away from him. He's done. He hit the wall this time. Last time he did that, he didn't hit the wall, but this time, that's a big hit. And I wish I hadn't looked at him now, unfortunately, because that curse of mine. I'm really sorry, Mike. I'm really sorry, everyone at BMS. He's carried on though. Obviously, he's missed the pit lane entrance, so he's got to do a full lap with the damage now.
Chaz the Destroyer shall be your nickname from now on.
Oh, well, I kind of deserve that. Real shame, though, for Mike Goosens. It carries on, though. You know, the spirit of the event is definitely with them. I wanted to just look back at Glenn Van Parijs at the moment, because while there is a car directly in front, that's the Red Ant car. Is a lap down on them at the moment. That is Yannick Red Ant in 19th place overall, 12th in class. But despite the incident earlier, Glenn Van Parijs is doing a good job, to be fair.
That's not a place to have two tires on the outside there, and Yannick Red Ant, I think, had a little bit of a dicey moment there as Glenn Van Parijs was not waiting about in that situation. But they're both alive and well, so no harm done. By the way, hi Charles, good friend of mine, welcome too.
Oh yeah, I see a Murray Walker.
It's one of those guys. The Murray gang. No, but just going back to the Radicals. We are back with the Radicals. It's Steph Denloos in the 66 machine.
Oh, it's so easy to do that. So easy to do it. And especially with your teammate behind you as well, probably laughing at him on the radio, just saying, well, you did it, not me. He's actually still third at the moment as the 66, though. You know, his teammate is 7th overall, 7th in class. But that's a podium spot. And now Patrick Young is only 6 seconds back in the Sim RC Club Sport car. And we know these guys are quick because they were leading the race early on.
I think a little consolation for the GHK guys might be that I don't think that Steph Denloos has been in for his regular pit stop for this time around, and thus I don't think it's going to cost them that much, as opposed if they had to go in for repairs, having done their last pit stop already. Of course, it's not optimal, but they might just live to fight another day.
Cedric Bollins just had a massive off down Pouon. He was just behind Patrick Young as well when this happened. Through he goes, makes a tiny adjustment once he gets on the curb, overcorrects it, and luckily It's only a tiny tap with the wall. We know how fragile these radicals are, but whew, that was pretty sketchy there. And I can't believe it, but we've only got 35 minutes of the race to go. This has really flown by. Rocco Sibileno, an amazing... I thought he was in a Porsche then for a second. That's just how small the radical is. I thought he'd changed car. I was going to say that's even more impressive. Probably the best name on the grid at the moment, the most racing driver name, Rocky Balboa, Rocco Sibileno. He is throwing punches at the rest of the field at the moment. He's got a 46-second lead. And wow, I've been very impressed by this De La Haye Racing team, by TX3 performance so far. Anyone that hasn't been, well, I'm not really going to be able to understand why. Just in front of us there, by the way, is Bart Ooms in the Pro Oils Motorsport car. Now, he's come back down from the stratosphere, and it's still back on the racetrack. So again, the spirit of carrying on and not giving up on these races is with pretty much everyone in this field. Lorenz Kuipers, unfortunately, has had an issue with the car, so that's why we don't see them there at the bottom. Same with Sarzinski. I don't think Sarzinski actually took the start of the race, so only one car has retired from this so far, I believe. Here's Cedric Wouters. Oh no, that's had a real off, hasn't it, from earlier? That's completely
damage.
Out. And Stefan Kalbrecht is still going on the BMS Motorsport car, so we've only lost 2 cars from the whole field, so pretty impressive. Marv Goes Racing. Let's have a look. Number 13. That is you. It's Mr. Amance in the chat. Good to see you, mate. You're doing really well in your team so far. You had a great stint. And someone that's having a great race overall is this guy. Budwin Kuster has just been top of the pile in the Porsche Cup cars since the beginning, as he blinks in and out slightly. And to be fair, I don't see anyone stopping him at this point. 31-second lead over Michael Pedersen. But they, again, have also been pretty untouchable in second place. They've not really slowed down for anybody. They've not let themselves get caught up in any silly incidents. They've, just done a mad job. Oh, Marvin, it's you that does the videos, is it? I don't remember making a link between the name, but yes, very impressed, mate. Very impressed. It's amazing stuff that you do, so good work, mate. I also do video editing, and I tell you what, I thought I was alright at it. I get a lot of praise for the stuff I do, but flipping heck, your stuff put me in the ground, sunshine. It's amazing. There is a motor race going on then. Steph Delnews is third for GHK. And to be fair, I mean, even with that spin before Hasse, they've done a great job to keep the car up there. But that is the gap behind, though, to Patrick Young. And then it's not for position behind. That's actually the race leader behind them, almost a lap ahead, just showing you the pace that they've got.
Yeah, it is. And that Sim RC Club Sport car of Patrick Young is going to get close in very quickly indeed. I think with the damage that was sustained in that incident not too long ago. Be interesting to see how the standings are pit stop wise for the Radicals, and just who has to make any final pit stops here towards the end of the race. But indeed, you mentioned before that the guys at the top of the Porsche Cup standings look to have it all in their own hands, so you could say, for Rocky. I keep calling him Rocky. Rocco at the head of the at the head of the Radicals, because the gap is certainly there, but just so hard. I don't want to call it because I'm just so afraid of cursing anyone. There still is the traffic to contend with, and even though you have the option of just saying, okay, I'm not gonna send it completely, you know, stuff can still get very spicy all of a sudden as Rocco Sibileno goes through there. That's Jamie Meyerling who goes around and around and into the wall. Oh my.
That car's had a few incidents this race, you know, but no major hits like that, unfortunately. Bart de Vos, also in the GT4 field, has had a moment. Oh, it's so easy to do that. I've said that about a few incidents here, I know, but that really is one of the easiest ones to do. You're onto the brakes down there, and you try and trail brake it down the hill, and just because the hill is trying to really drag the rear end of the car down, if you've got quite a strong front brake bias, you'll soon find that the rear is pointing where you want the front to go. And he does a good recovery there by Bart, though. You know, he doesn't hit the wall or anything. The car's still in one piece, and it's a very clean-looking car as well that Cayman they've got. As it stands there fifth in class, Tim Clayson's still leading the way for Talk Freak Racing GT4. And then it's Flemish Simsports GT4 for Hans Polmans in second. We're coming up to the 2.5 hour mark here, everybody, with just half an hour left of this race to go. I am Chaz Draycott with Hasse Rømer in the broadcast booth. I can't even remember where we are. With me on Simracersworld TV. Thank you, everybody that has watched so far. Please do remember to give the video a like. And, of course, subscribe to Simracersworld TV. We have the rest of this championship coming up for you over the rest of the year. We have the next round, which is next week, actually. And then after that, we've got 2-week intervals until round 4. And then we have the final round on Halloween. So quite a while to wait for that one, but it is the 24-hour of Zolder. And yes, Anton Dupan has said the top 2 in TCR are within 3 seconds, with P3 6 seconds behind. Don't worry, mate, I've got my eye on that gap. Keanu Reeves, Beef Bourguignon is leading it, but it's both the Brams. It's Bram Van Putten and Bram Van Uytven behind him. So that's going to get confusing for the end. I hope you get your notebook out, Hasse, because that's not going to be an easy one to call. But Bourguignon's doing a good job at the moment for Flemish Simsports. These guys, again, perfect under-the-radar performance. Very impressive to watch. We've actually got a close battle here now. Jamie Meijling had a moment before. Martin Deckens is trying to go through. Jamie doesn't make it too difficult for him. They don't want to get caught up in a fight near the end. We saw the mistake when he was trying to adapt to the pace of the lapped car before. And to be honest with you, it's the sort of point of the race where you think, right, we're in a bit of a battle here. 8th place overall. Oh, Glenn Van Parijs has crashed, and so is Bram Van Uytven.
Oh,
What's
no.
happened here? We've just, again, the curse.
I don't know how you managed to pull this off. Just
Oh, no.
Was that Van Uytven there in the number 11 machine, or was that someone else?
That was Bram Van Uytven.
That's how he got involved in that one.
Let's just have a quick look from the chopper cam, just see what space there was, because it seems like Glenn came back from a long way to go down the inside into turn 1 there. Oh, he's locked up the brakes and he's just dived straight in. That wasn't on really for Glenn. I mean, he tries to style it out as he did before for some more clap emojis, but yeah, unfortunately, that was on Glenn there, I have to say, 100%. It's a real shame, but Bram Van Uytven has he lost third? Oh no, he's not lost third in class. Sorry, I was looking at the GT4s there. Still third in class. They have Dries Moosdy actually, who's just going to go past them. That is for position overall, but not in class. The tiny Radical just sort of pestering the front right corner of the Audi. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on the car, so seems like it's okay. I'd be interested to know what sort of damage there is to the suspension, but they've got 31 seconds over Attila Sipos in the Simtag Racing TCR all over the shop, going completely stylish into Le Com though. Goes from one end of the track to the other. I like that. Good style, but yeah, not the effective line if you want to be quicker, really. But either way, good to watch, good to watch. We've got Alex Cascatau in the Narvalex car at the moment. Sorry, Narviflex car. And that, well, that's not quite how it comes out the factory, is it, Hasse?
I wouldn't say no. It's been mangled a bit since we started this race, and been the case for a couple of machines. But I think in terms of costs, damage costs, material damage costs, then I think nothing I've seen ever has been as expensive as the first lap we had here. Such a pile up there on the run towards Eau Rouge, reminiscent of the Formula One race here in 1998, where we had a big pile up in the exactly the same spot.
Definitely. Just look at that there. That shot then of the field coming down the straight towards La Source. Brilliant to see, because there's so much variety in all the cars that are coming down here. You get something like the Radical, and then you get a big beefy Audi RS3 TCR car. The very rapid and beautiful to look at Porsche Cup car. It's just great. Great stuff. The Mew says, ahoy hoy, D, my old mucker. So I'm not sure whether he's talking to someone in the chat or one of us. I'm not sure if you've got a nickname. Oh, Bram Van Putten, by the way, is just going to get overtaken by Dries Moosdy as well in the Radical. And there, just next to him, is Patrick Young. And interestingly, we did say Rocco Sibileno had a big lead. He's in the pits, and that'll be why. So he hadn't actually come in for his pit stop yet. But he's in now, and he's got a huge gap behind to Fabrice Cornelis. But Fabrice, he's on pace at the moment.
Going to be enough? 50 seconds? he isn't that far behind, to be honest. Fabrice Cornelis comes into the source. Rocco's in the pit lane now. The Mew is one of the lads of mine, good friend of mine. And
yes, I see. Good to see you, Mew.
I'm sorry, but just to say that Fabrice Cornelis has taken the lead here with 25 minutes of racing still to do. We've got Wilde back in the Delay Racing Team by TX3 car, the number 42 machine, but where are they going to be coming out? It's going to be well clear of Patrick Young, though, so in second place, but with some work to do there.
Yeah, for sure. I think, not sure what it's looking like with Fabrice's pit stops here, because the 25-second gap is quite a lot to have gained, but at the same time, I don't think that they'll be quite in sync. There's still 25 minutes to go, which is probably about half a stint for these radicals, so it's going to be interesting to see whether Fabrice has to pit again, whether he can really get the pace nailed down here, or whether one of the pit stops that they've done, because don't forget they had a bit of damage earlier, I'm not sure, it doesn't look like they've actually fixed it. Don't know if they've managed to fuel save or something over the course of it, but surely they won't have done enough to do that. As wow, the Audi there, that's the BMS car.
How did he turn the car like that? I thought it was going straight ahead, and he just picks a line on the outside of the track that I hardly even knew was there, and makes it get the job done anyways there for Fabrice Cornelis. That's it's pretty impressive.
It's Fabrice for you, isn't it? He is impressive in these cars, knows exactly what he's doing. Just going to try, we've actually got Jos Menton in the PG Motorsport NL car. Now it's still damaged, so it looks like they've not had a chance to get all the repairs done. It may be handling a bit better than it did before, because sometimes in iRacing they do fix the actual mechanical issues, but just not the cosmetic ones. So unfortunately they haven't painted it a different colour. It's still pink. I mean, they haven't fixed the bodywork. The class leader there just going past as well, which was Bujin Koister.
Just looking back at the PG Motorsports car, when you look at it from the front, it really does look like it's got that happy smile. Look at that happy smile mouth in the middle of it there.
I'm going to disagree on this. I think, I'm not sure if anybody of you I'll get my words out one day. Anybody in the chat, if any of you watched some of the original series of Robot Wars, and whether any of you, I don't know if you did actually, Hasse, just before I continue.
I did, I very much did, I was a big fan.
I'm not sure if any of you have ever heard of a robot called Dietor, that used to be red and black spotted fur, with a very angry looking sort of cross-eyed face on it. I think the Porsche looks more like that than a happy face. I think it looks very much like Dietor. If you don't, I'll put a comment in the chat just how to spell that. And if you go and have a quick look then on Google by putting in Dietor from Robot Wars, you will see what I mean. Or at least I hope you will anyway. He's got Jean-Louis Deschamps is in the McDonald's racing car, 6th in class at the moment. And Sam Puttervilles is not too far ahead. Oh, Jamie Meesling's had another crash.
Jamie Meeling has had another crash. And it's yet another Cayman losing the rear end in Brussels. We've seen that happen a multitude of times. And that's just about the rear suspension there. That might be very costly. That tapped in the wall there as we go back. He's on the grass.
That's the race leader.
That's the race leader.
That would have been a moment, wouldn't it? Flipping heck.
Don't even. Fabrice Cornelis, he gets very close to the rear end of that TCR. He's come back from, have come back from being sort of on a just slightly lackluster pace in the beginning. They might have had some damage. Still speculation because we don't know. All we can see is that slight dent in the right-hand side, kind of in the side part of the car. But we don't really know if they had any damage, because it might have been a bit of suspension damage or something like that slowing them. They might have gotten that fixed in a pit stop. And 2:15.4 is certainly a good pace from Fabrice Cornelis there on his final lap, on his last lap.
Looks like Bolin then has just got past Steph Delneuse as well in the 66 GHKE racing car, doing a cracking job and good pace as well, considering how damaged that car looks after the incident at Pouhon earlier. a good run at the moment by Cedric Bolland. That car looks good still, I must admit. I do like the livery. It's very... I mean, I know that you're a big fan of the Scott brand as well, but it kind of reminds me of some of the BP Ultimate liveried cars that we've seen in multiple motorsport fields. And wow, that was very close to the back of the Porsche. It seems like he locked up the brakes, and now he's got to get on the brakes again. The GT4 just maintaining its line. He's not really doing anything wrong. He's just sort of holding his line as you'd expect traffic to do. He's right up behind him, shows him his dismay, and back through goes Steph Delnews. And now, that's going to be an interesting one, though, because, as I just said, in my opinion, I don't think the Porsche did anything wrong there. Because if he was going to suddenly jump out the way or, you know, change his line, maybe one of the Radicals could have thought that he was being blocked. But if anything, I think that Cedric was maybe a bit over-eager to get through there. What do you reckon?
I completely agree on that take on it, Chaz. I think it's up to the faster class to judge whether it's going to be possible to do something safely. And like we've seen on multiple occasions here, the Caymans aren't really that happy to be corrected mid-corner. And they certainly don't have the amounts of downforce that the Radicals have. So if anyone should be able to change their line mid-corner, it should be the Radicals and not the Caymans. So... Cayman, I think if you're beginning to try to correct their mid-corner, you're more than likely to be looking at a spin. And being that you have the Radicals so close, I think even though they might not know it in the situation themselves, I think the best thing for the Radicals themselves would be that they just let the Cayman keep its line. So yeah, I agree completely with you there, Chaz.
Look at the run that Cedric Bolland has just got up over Russian Radion. Oh my goodness me. That was unbelievable pace up there. I don't really know what Steph Delnews did wrong in that scenario, but flipping heck. Look at the pace of that Radical. It's like someone put nitrous in the back of it and just said, go on, press the button. Wow. That thing flew away. I mean, he's given Steph Delnews the slipstream back, but that was absolute missile behaviour down the Kemmel Straight. Love that. Really do. Kevin DeWald's had an issue in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar Porsche. Nice livery as well. Very pretty art cars. 9th in class. Oh, we've seen that before, haven't we? Again, nice job to make sure it doesn't hit the wall, though, but he didn't style it out as well as the others, and he's got to do a 3-point turn. Not quite Austin Powers, but he certainly does a good job to make sure no damage done to the car. Still sat in 9th place in class, 16th overall, so not a bad performance by any stretch of the imagination.
Indeed, Chaz. Just to mention, by the way, in the Cup cars at the moment, we have Glenn van Parijs and Dries Rohart, who is just separated by a little more than a second. So that was the battle behind the two Radicals that we were watching right before. And just as we go on to Glenn van Parijs, he keeps it. Oh, he keeps it.
Well,
somehow
commentator's curse there. That's a strike for you.
Yeah, that's gonna go on my curse there. That was direct curse of the commentator. You jump on and he goes off, and that's I'm sorry, Glenn. That's not my. Don't do it on purpose, goddammit! But it's.
We've seen a couple of cars go around there, you know, on the power. It is such a gradual corner. You do start to sort of put a bit of steering lock in, and then you really flick it to the right, and it's when you start to really load the lock on that it can go around so easily. It's a shame that for Glenn, but. Dries Rohart was putting him under pressure as well, so maybe he was just feeling that and thinking he needs to really push the car a bit more. Cedric Bolland is still quite close to Steph Delnews. He's not managed to shake him completely. We'll go on the gearbox cam. The gap is 0.8 of a second, so we'll see whether the slipstream has any effect from here. Look how low down the gearbox camera is on the Radical as well. Pretty much in the floor. But it's what we learn to know and love about these Radicals on the brakes. And the mid-corner speed is just fantastic, even from this view. We'll go on the nose cam for a second. And there's, of course, another car in front there, but that's not for position. But, okay. I'm gonna not look at Cedric Bolland anymore. Let's go to Alex Cascatau, because that was a very scary moment. I almost, pushed my monitor off my desk then, trying to save that for him. There was a very, very sudden step out on the throttle once he just clipped the curb. This is Cascatau in 7th place in class. He's 3 minutes off the car in front though, so quite safe in his position. 2 minutes 50 seconds ahead of Budwin Kuster overall anyway, even though they're not in the same class. But it's still the closest 2 cars on track are Cedric Bollen and Steph Delneuse. And Steph just behind now, knowing that there's another Radical in front of them. I believe that is Dries Moosde. It is, yes, in the number 14 Dynamics Racing Optica car. Dries just trying to make up some ground now. There's not really anything left of the front end of that car, so they're just trying to drag it home. On the right goes Cedric Bollen. And I tell you what, Cedric has been very committed to these moves, whether it be unlapping himself or making him move for position, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has, and it's been paying dividends for him. We've really been seeing him be so competitive, especially in the early parts of the race. He was up there battling for top positions on the Radicals for so long as well. So just what happened, because there was that, of course, there was that incident in, I think it was Pujon. The question is if there has been anything else for him, because I don't recall having seen any other incidents. It might just have been that one incident by itself that cost him.
Yeah, it did make quite a difference. I think they had an issue early with another spin because they hit the wall twice, didn't they? They had where was the other one? I'm trying to remember. I think it was Blanchimont. They had a spin, just tapped the wall a little bit, and then that's what bent the wing originally, and then they hit it again against the outside of Pujon, which is always it's difficult to do softly because, let's face it, the speed you're going into Pujon, you're going to hit a wall, you're going to expect to hit it hard. Davy Suffliers has been off track. Oh, bit of contact with the Audi, and another bit of contact. That was the graphite car into the wall hard. Goes the Sky Limits machine. It's just not. There's no need. No, like, not to sound too harsh, but from
the Audi comes off from the AstroTurf there, might just be trying to save his own life out there. It's not an easy place to be, and
it's just
they shouldn't be going too wide there. One of them should have just conceded the position and lifted a little bit more, given a little bit more space. So it looks like they are actually going too wide into the corner there at Blanchimont, and that's...
Yeah, the problem I have with that there as well, to be honest, is that... Oh, you can see the in the background there.
Oh, Josh Manson!
Yeah, he's finally pulled it over. There's been issues for a while for that car, unfortunately.
They've had another one. I'm afraid they've had another off here, Chaz, because it looks like... looks like they had one before this as well, or is it just me?
Let's just...
Like, it's strange that they would just be packing it all of a sudden. Look at this.
It's not a place where you want it off. Yep, there it is.
Oh, yeah, exactly. As I was just about to say, that hood was on before.
Yeah.
Now it's off. And that is going to be their race over with. Oh, and they almost got collected there. Well, that was a Cup car and a Radical as well here. We are with Yuri Crispin. Oh, goes around in the number 7 machine.
Not too much a hit on the wall.
No, just a slight biff there at the rear end.
That was from 6th overall, 6th in class, of course, in the Radicals. But a lot of these cars are getting quite a bit of damage. And Fabrice Cornelis still leading the race. I'm going to be very intrigued to see whether he can pull this off or whether he does need to have another stop, because we've got just under 15 minutes. And is it going to... Thing is, even if it's a splash and dash, it's still almost a minute driving down the pit lane, so...
Yeah, it's going to be way too much. Fabrice needs to be able to keep it running all the way to the line if it's going to be... Oh, what a bit of a squirmy moment there on the exit of La Source. But just to continue on, he needs to be able to keep this running to the line for the next 13 minutes if he is to have any hopes of taking the win here. Hugo de Wilde is currently lapping faster, but not a lot faster. De Wilde's last lap was a 2:14.2 against Fabrice Cornelis' 2:14.8. So it's pretty close there on lap times. Certainly not enough of a difference to devour that gap here, as he's still pretty contested in front of Cornelis here, and I think he will be thanking the cars ahead just to considerably move out of his way.
Yeah, there's some really nice courtesy going on between some of these guys and getting out of the way, holding their line, doing the right thing. But sometimes, you know, people are worried about losing a tenth of a second over the course of a 3-hour race, and I think it's moments like that sometimes a bit of a racing driver mentality can only go a certain amount of distance in my mind, and you know, you have to be very level-headed with some of these. Fabrice Cornelis, though, pushing it around the outside like that with the class leader and the Porsches as well. It's risky for both of them, but at the same time, he knows that the car's got the ability to do it. He knows that the Porsche is going to be aware that he's there. But at the same time, when we saw that with the Graphite Racing TCR car before, they could have just got out the throttle a little bit. Even after the first bit of contact where the Porsche went one way, they then hit them again. And, you know, it's too easy for them to have those issues when they're obviously getting so close together, lapping cars, and it can amount to so much, can't it, when it comes to those sorts of overtaking manoeuvres and cars unlapping themselves.
Yeah, it really can, and over the course of the race, it can prove decisive whether you're quick or not through traffic, and the ability to safely and quickly navigate through such congested zones.
There you go. There's an example.
Yeah, just as we talk about it. That was very close and there, Borgognon on the outside of the Radical. That's not a good place to be, but they're alive. But
third place in TCR's had an issue, by the way, Hasse.
That's Van Uyven who's put it onto the grass there. 90-degree spin, keeps it out the wall. Good for him. I think he'll be all right.
Still third.
But it does make it does, just to round it off, it does really make a big difference in traffic. I think often what you find is that the drivers who are safest in traffic and fastest at the very same time are the drivers who are able to be decisive in making safe moves. Nothing like no over-sendy stuff, but just every time you kind of go for a move, you actually go for it, because just halfway pulling out of a move, like, oh, I'm gonna go in, oh, I'm not good, that kind of stuff, that's when it goes wrong 90% of the time. And so it sounds strange to say, but at least to my experience, quite a certain level of aggression is actually needed to be safe.
Yeah, it's, like you say, the half-hearted sort of attempt at some of these moves. If you're a car that's trying to get out of the way, or just keep an eye on your mirrors behind you, if you see them put the nose down the inside and you think, oh, they've actually pulled out the move, and then they've decided to then go for it and you've already committed to the corner, it's just, you can't communicate with other drivers on track like you can. I mean, in sim racing sometimes, yeah, you can all be in the same Discord or TeamSpeak server and have a bit of a chat. If it's just a couple of mates together, a lot of these guys will just be in their own team rooms somewhere on some sort of platform, just communicating with each other. They don't need to speak to other drivers that much. If some of them are friends, if teams know each other, we all have friends in other racing teams across sim racing, they could just go and quickly say, oh, do you mind just getting out of the way of us, we're going to be coming through soon. You see it in real life as well on the pit wall. You get teams sort of asking other team managers, can you just make sure your driver doesn't slow our driver down, just do us a bit of a favour, nice sportsmanship like that. And a lot of the time you'd sort of think that you wouldn't have to ask, but it's always better to just make sure, isn't it, in those scenarios, I suppose?
Yeah, for sure. And you want to have that communication also, just to even out any possibilities of misunderstandings and such. And I think I know the feeling myself from when my team and I, we've been doing the iRacing special events, the big 12 and 24-hour races and such, that communication from team to team can very much be appreciated, and it can help the driver also to be a little bit more relaxed with handling the traffic. And speaking about a race maybe like the 24 hours of Nürburgring, that can really make all the difference in the end.
Yeah, definitely, especially with how narrow a circuit it is. I mean, it's not easy to overtake around Spa. It's still a very demanding circuit regardless of how wide it is. And when you're trying to navigate through traffic as well, it just gets even more and more difficult. Dries Mujdi's had another issue here, actually, just after coming out of the pit lane on the same lap. He's gone round the outside of the Porsche. Oh, that curb. I was saying earlier on in the broadcast, do not hit the outside of that curb, because if you hit the edge of it, just as it starts, especially in the Radical, it's going to put you into space. So Dries Mujdi starting his own Radical space program. But it doesn't look like it's taken off too well, because the front of that thing is rather battered in, but fingers crossed we have a couple more clean laps for him so he can manage to keep it nice and smooth to the end. But 25th though, a bit of a shame after the incident before. Obviously we don't want to see the Radicals that far down, but that's endurance racing with multi-class, isn't it?
It really is. We're into the final 6 minutes of racing here. The sunset is upon us at Spa-Francorchamps, and it's getting very, very pretty indeed with the lighting. And a beautiful setting for the end of what has been a beautiful race as well. We've had so much action throughout the field.
Sorry, he went to try it again then on the same car, and he thought, hang on, I've been here before. Let's not do that again. He got straight out of it as soon as he realised. That really tickled me. That he came up behind the same Porsche that he was going to overtake earlier, or at least I think it was, and he saw that he was going around the bottom of Pouhon, and he thought, oh, let's just go around that. Nope. I'm not falling for it again. Steph Delnu's in the pit lane, by the way. And, oh, Patrick Young. Patrick Young has had an issue.
Oh.
From third place. Oh, we've seen that before.
A bit too much of the curb, and there's going to be no saving that. Oh, that's late to put it in the wall.
Doesn't seem too damaged, but still, that's very crumpled, and that can really hurt these cars, can't it?
Chaz, look at the front end there. I'm afraid that's not entirely true. It doesn't really track straight. It seems to be jittery, and much more jittery than before here on board. Perhaps not too... Oh, yeah, that's not good. He might be okay in the end. Let's see if he can nurse it to the line here without having to pit.
Looks like it's understeering through the right-handers, doesn't it? There's definitely a lot more lock going on there than there was before. Yeah, look, there's a bit of oversteer too.
Yeah, and you know what, Chaz? Cedric Bolin is just 8-9 seconds. He's really gaining quickly here at this point. He's not far behind. He's going to be licking his lips now at the possible chance of a podium place here.
This is the race leader, by the way, for Reece Cornelis, Simtag Racing. Hugo de Wilde is only now 12.5 seconds behind. He's actually halved that gap. Before, it was actually 25 seconds. And he's managed to halve it now, so Hugo doing a brilliant job, and go indeed he is doing. Beautiful lighting, like Hasse was saying there, from the sunset conditions that we are in now. But this is, it's becoming a very interesting fight. We've got under 4 minutes to go, and Fabrice Cornelis is still at the front of the pack. We've got Boudin Kuster leading the Porsche class, doing an amazing job. They have driven so well. Tim Clayson's as well, Talk Freak Racing GT4. I believe these are the same guys as well that won the GT4 class in the Porsche Sport 2 Hours of Silverstone. Please do correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember Talk Freak being very, very dominant at the front of a class. I think it was GT4. It might have been in the Zolder event, actually. And then Beef Bourguignon, my mate, leading the way, Flemish Sim Sports TCR, doing an awesome job ahead of Bram van Putten. The gap is 4 seconds. And we actually saw a moment ago, Ben Thayens was saying in the chat, that the gap... Oh, sorry, it was Anton Dupin saying the gap stays at 3 seconds. They lose a little bit in traffic, and then the G-Drive car does as well. It's not too difficult to get around most of the traffic. Oh, no, Gus Gunter's gone off. Last time we saw Gus Gunter go off, he was literally in the stratosphere.
Yeah, he was rolling down the Camel Straight last time. What does that looks? That looks like was that just a lapse in concentration? Oh, that looks a little bit strange to me.
Looks like a hardware failure. Look, the wheel. Yeah, what was that there? The wheel just seems to not do anything. It's like he let go of the wheel or something. I mean, people, if they know, they'll probably start poking fun at me because I famously put our car in the wall in the Spa 24 Hour with an hour to go because I was trying to message the guy on my phone at the end of my stint to try and tell him to wake up because he wasn't in the chat and ready to go. I stopped looking at the car where it was going for a moment, just down towards Pouhon. It put 2 wheels on the grass as it was going to the right. Hugo de Wilde just disappeared for a second there. It started going over to the right slightly, and I absolutely cacked it, ragged it to the left, and put it straight in the wall, unfortunately. The lights have come on now just for the end of this race, and I'm sure Fabrice Cornelis will be happy about that, because I'm sure he's going to want to flash them. Oh, Brent Verheijen's come out and actually gone straight off into an incident here. He's had a bit of a nightmare this race, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. That's a big shame to see. That's in the bus stop yet again, and it's going to be another tippy-toe 180.
Tippy-toe 180.
We've seen quite a number of these throughout the race. I just want to mention, Chaz, that the gap between Fabrice Cornelis and Hugo de Wilde in first and second, that gap was around 20 seconds. And I know we're just about a minute from the end of the race, but he's half that gap in a matter of like 10 minutes or so, Fabrice is, I think he might be saving fuel to make sure that he makes it all the way to the end of the race here. Question is if this is going to be the final lap or they're going to be sent on another one.
I think this will be the last one because it'll be 2 minutes for a lap, won't it? So
yes.
We are going to be on it. Cedric Bolland's had an issue as well. Another one in the Scott car. Oh, this is going to be big. Oh, over the crest. Oh, no! That's a massive, massive hit for Cedric Bolland. That's got to be race-ending stuff, surely. It's not even behaving when he tries to spin it round. Is it going to go back to the pits? No, he's going to carry on. Whoa, careful, Sunshine.
Oh, that's gonna be a danger element for everyone else. I hope that he comes to a bit of sense and just does carry on. Cedric Bolland. They have a minute and 50 seconds to the car behind. I'm just thinking if any of our class leaders who are somewhat close to someone else, are they gonna be passing him on this lap? Is he close to anyone else?
I don't think so, to be fair. I think he might be safe in that case.
Let's hope so. That was a huge shunt there indeed.
It really, really was. But, well, Fabrice Cornelis then, you could probably... No, the gap's actually 7.7 seconds. So it was 12 seconds not too long ago. We had 25 before, then it was 12, then it was 9, now it's 7. Hugo de Wilde is driving the wheels off that thing, isn't he? But Cornelis... Yeah. I think he might have this wrapped up, you know, mate. Let's have a look and see if he is fuel saving. There's a little bit of a lift mid-corner, isn't there? But I think he's just playing it safe now, if anything. Yeah, I think he is playing that safe, don't you?
This looks that way. He knows that his 7-second lead isn't going to be disappearing anywhere if he just keeps it all right. It could also be a situation that his tires are getting really worn or something.
Yeah.
That the pace just isn't in the car. He knows it's pointless to push when you have any sort of advantage to give off of. It's just give and keep it going to the line because it can so easily be going wrong there.
But
As he comes into the bus stop. Yeah, this is going to be the final time around. Checkered flags are out, Chaz.
And that is it then. Cedric Bolland wants him to go through. Fabrice Cornelis wins the 3 hours of Spa for SimTag Racing. Delahaye Racing, team by TX3, only 4 seconds behind in the end. Great drive by Rocky Balboa and Hugo de Wilde there. Patrick Young is coming into La Source, nearly a lap down on these guys. But we're going to try and look now. This is going to be your winner in the Porsche class. Porsche Cup winner is going to be Boudouin Kuster. And I tell you what, they have been an amazing force. Clap emojis in chat. Don't forget the washing your hands emojis as well, everybody. Boudouin Kuster wins the Porsche Cup Class 3 MG Motorsport. Fantastic drive by those guys. Really well done. And Tim Clayson's just crosses the line for Talk Freak Racing GT4. Flashes the lights. Absolutely loves it. And I'm really sorry, but we did miss. Keanu Bourguignon wins it for Flemish Simsports TCR as well. Amazing drive by those guys, and it's great to see them get the win. Very, very pleased for them. And we have some very, very deserving winners all up and down the order. What a great, great drive that was, though, by Fabrice Cornelis. I don't know how they pulled that out at the end, though, because, I mean, surely, as we've got Dries Rohart crossing the line here, I'm just trying to look, by the way, for people that are crossing the line. Here's Jury Crispin, also going to be coming around the final corner, but how Fabrice managed to do that and actually get the car back out of sync with the rest of it, I'm still bewildered. Can you tell? It's just what a great, great drive.
Yeah, that's they kind of came from behind. They looked like they were a little bit off the pace and they had fallen a bit down the order and that they had been, you know, overtaken on the inside. Figuratively speaking, so to say, by a number of the other top teams, and then all of a sudden they're within the final hour. They sort of just emerged there as the TX3 team had their final pit stop.
It's just mad, isn't it? I can't figure out where they did the G-Drive car doing a bit of drifting there. That's fantastic. Love that. He's letting it all hang out there. That's Bram Van Putten in the G-Drive Racing Xemia Audi TCR. Bram Van Putten, look at it, wiggling all down the straight. This is the thing. These guys are going to have a lot of fun with this now. Go on, son, rip the handbrake up. He's loving it. Look at that. That's front-wheel drive fun for you there, ladies and gents. That is part of the spirit of this. You know, we all do this because we love the sim racing. And these guys love it too. And what a fantastic race. We've got, by the way, Brent Verheyen still... How? Listen to it.
Still...
That is literally flogging a dead horse, isn't it? That is the definition of flogging a dead horse, everybody. And he's somehow... Oh, he might get an extra incident point and get a drive-through. I hope he doesn't. Fabrice Cornelis goes past him there to take the line. And Brent Verheyen committed to the end of that. Fair play. What a great... Look at that. Fabrice Cornelis. So,
like in a literal form that look at that. It looks like it's drifting all the time. It would get like a gazillion points in a drift competition.
That's fantastic. Look at it as it pans away from the camera. It's almost like it's lagging all the way down the straight. What a great note to end it on. Look at this then. Your class winners, ladies and gentlemen, managing to light it up. We'll have a quick look then at the results for you. And there is the Radicals class for you then. So Simtag Racing take the win in the number 2 machine in the first round of the championship in the virtual Belcar eSeries. Delahaye Racing Team by TX3 only 4.2 seconds back, with Sim RC Club Sport in third place. Good recovery that as well by those guys after that disconnect to still get a podium. That was great. Thank you everybody, by the way, for the comments regarding the commentary and the broadcast. We have loved every moment of this, and we'll be rounding things up soon, and we'll do a couple of interviews if we can. Scott by Sim RC eventually finished 4th, with Fast Racing Team in 5th. GHKE Racing by T2 Racing were in 6th place, with Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing in 7th, rolls off the tongue. Dynamics Racing Optica in 8th, with Traxxas by JMV Services 9th. Stasis 48 laps down in 10th. And Delahaye Racing Team by TX3, I think that was one of the other drivers that had registered also under the same name, but they did not take the start of the race.
I'll leave it to you. Frenchman there, indeed.
Okay, there we go then. And I'll leave you to go through the Porsche Cup class, Hasse.
The Porsche Cup class, what racing it's been for EMG Motorsports, keeping it very fair and clean all the way through to take the win in front of Allied Racing Esports Belcar, who, to be fair on them, very much did the same, but superior pace as well there from the EMG boys. G-Drive Racing Eximia in 3rd in the number 15 car in front of the 34 machine of JJ Motorsport. And the 2nd of the G-Drive cars, the 13 car in 5th with Vapor Shop, RDR Motorsport in 6th place. Pro Assist Sim Racing 7th. The Sky Limit Race Team in 8th. GHK E-Racing Cup by T2 Racing in 9th place. Then, of course, Stage 1 Racing Belcar in 10th. Dynamics Racing Blue in 11th. We've got Bredant Racing in 12th place. We saw a lot about that 70 car, but... had their fair bit of incidents. And speaking of cup cars with their fair bits of incidents, in 13th and last in class, it was the PG Motorsports car, the number 28, the pink machine, who had a tough time.
Yeah, it was entertaining nonetheless, though. So PG Motorsport, fair play for carrying it on. Unfortunately, that end incident that we saw at Radeon was what it took to finish that car off. We then have Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot, who win the GT4 class, and a very dominant drive, a minute ahead of the rest of the field. Flemish Simsports GT4 doing a great job though to finish 2nd, just ahead of Heli ABK Racing GT4 as well. A great podium, very well deserved from all of them. Dynamics Belcar Green finishing in 4th. Allied Racing Esports Belgium finishing in 5th, with Hola Lulu Racing in 6th. And Torque Freak Racing La Source, the one that we got confused with earlier, in 7th. The other PG Motorsport car is in 8th, with Scuderia Sim Racing only 3 laps down, and quite a close finishing order actually in that class in the end there, Hasse. That was probably the most compact of all of the fields, wasn't it?
And we also saw that a lot of the GT4s, of course, got picked off by that early incident, very early incident at the green flag drop, basically, of the race. So for them to still be so close late race is actually pretty surprising, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And one more class to go then. I'll leave that with you, mate.
Well, thank you so much. It's the TCRs, of course, and winning there is the Flemish Simsports TCR car, the number 16 machine, in front of another one of the G-Drive Racing Eximius. That's the number 17 car in 2nd there. In 3rd, rounding off the podium of the TCRs, is Dynamics Simulators Red in front of Simtag Racing, Graphit Racing TCR in 5th. That McDonald's car, such poor luck there in the end. They were fighting for podiums. They end up with 6th place. 528 is in 7th. I'm sorry that we forgot about that joke. It would have been a lot of fun, but didn't happen. 8th place goes to BMS Motorsport, and 9th goes to the also very good-looking Pro Oils Motorsports car. And what a shame they were finishing there 18 laps down. But they had their looks with them. Cutie indeed, but bad luck on track. But what a bit of racing we've had tonight, Chaz. It's been such a pleasure.
It really has. It's been fantastic to watch. Every little moment of it was incredibly exciting. And to be fair, when it comes to interviews, we have to start with the one and only. Fabrice Cornelis joins us in the chat. Fabrice, that I wanted to ask you, really, mate, the sort of strategy that you were playing in that one. It was quite strange in terms of the last quarter of the race, because we weren't really, excuse me while my replay tries to catch up, we weren't really expecting things to pan out the way they did, because you guys managed to somehow end up back near the front again and take the win. What really happened there in terms of the overlap? Do you know?
Yeah, first of all, there was like an incident, and I think it was lap 2, where I completely had to cut Le Combe, because 2 radicals put in front of me, like super aggressive in the first few laps, and it ends up like that. I had quite some damage from that, so our tactic was to pit quite early, and after the contact with Cedric, which, like, yeah, I mean, he doesn't really want to talk about it, but he was going super slow in that corner, and yeah, I had some damage out of that touch. So we pitted, we took the fast repair, and then Thomas went in for like a short stint because he didn't really feel super comfortable, so I had to take over again. And yeah, then we just drove to the end. I think the team of Hugo got a penalty because of too many off-tracks. That's why they had to pit so late. Because otherwise I think it was theirs. I'm not sure. Maybe they just interfueled it so much, but I can't really imagine that.
Wow, it's amazing that it actually came down to something like that as well in the end of the race. But you know, at the end of the day, I'm sure you're not going to complain about it. What was it like trying to come through traffic in the radical around Spa then? Because it's a lot more of an open circuit than Zolder, where we last saw you take the win. But around here, I imagine it was still quite difficult, was it?
Yeah, it was super difficult. Before the race, I had like 2 hours of practice, so I didn't really change the setup at all from Zolder. But that was a very bad choice, because like you guys probably saw, we had too high rear wing. It was fast in the corners, like the lap times was the same like the guys ahead, but on the straight we were losing time, so in traffic it made it very difficult to pass like Fox Super Cups who had higher top speed than us. So we had to outbrake them in the combat. It was quite yeah, it wasn't really I think for next one I will do some more testing again.
Well, either way, you say the setup wasn't quite the one to have. I can't imagine what you would have done if you had a setup that was perfectly made for this track, because you guys were certainly flying out there. It seemed very interesting, though, that the start sort of chucked the order up in the air a little bit. You know, there were quite a lot of incidents to begin with, and then pit stops were out of kilter as well. When you're at the midpoint of a race like this, do you really put a lot of thought into where you're going to come out in terms of traffic and other cars, or do you just get your head down and get on with it and just take it as it comes?
No, you have to take it like it comes. It's Belcar, it's 50 cars on track. You have traffic every lap. So you just have to, you can't really like undercut, because there's like a lot of traffic in front of you, because then if you come out of the pit it might be in front of you again. So there's not really a strategy, you just have to time your traffic super good. And I think that's like the advantage I kind of had. I'm quite experienced with traffic. Yeah, the car setup was definitely not there, so yeah, I think that made us made a lot good.
Well, it was certainly interesting to watch, mate. Very, very pleased for you. And well, before I let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, for sure. Andy Ronald for organizing this super fun championship. I'm looking forward to next week, bringing Benecki with me, and then also SimTech, of course, where you can buy good simulators, and Sky Limit events. Yeah, and that's it. And of course, you guys for the broadcast. It's gonna be epic again watching that back.
Thank you very much, Fabrice. Well, pleasure to watch as always, and well done on your win. It was great to see.
Yeah, bye-bye.
I almost dragged myself out of the interview room then, not Fabrice. That would have been an interesting one, wouldn't it? We will bring in as well the winner in class for the, well, none other than Mr. Bourguignon himself. Keanu joins us in the chat in the Flemish Esports TCR car. You must be very happy with that result, mate. That was great.
Yeah, I had an awesome race, and first of all, I need to thank my teammates for their awesome drive as well. We had some luck at the beginning because the crash at the start, and yeah, what is it? G-Drive or something like that.
Yeah.
Came back at us, but I managed to keep it a couple of seconds in front, so I'm happy with that.
And I don't mean to poke fun, but at least this time you didn't celebrate with 1 lap to go this time like you did at Le Mans, did you? But
Big one.
well, it was great to see you guys get the win, though. I mean, the car looks great. It seemed very planted everywhere you went. Was there any moments in the race that you thought that there could be a sort of threat to the lead? I mean, I know that the G-Drive car was chasing you down, but with all the traffic, it was quite a yo-yo effect, wasn't it, in terms of the lap times?
Yeah, traffic was horrible, and Kim also had a little mistake in the pits. He lost about 6 seconds there, so I thought we lost first place there, but yeah, we managed to keep it.
Well, you did everything you needed to, mate, and you got the win, so very well done, and I'm sure you guys are going to be celebrating and absolutely loving it. Before I let you go, though, buddy, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout-out to?
Of course, the whole of Flemish Sim Sports, and especially Kim and Anton for the amazing drive.
Very well done. Well, fantastic stuff, Keanu. Good to speak to you, mate. And I promise next time I won't take the mick out of your name so much on the broadcast. But, it's all in good fun.
Yeah.
Keanu Bourguignon there, the winner in the TCR class with Flemish Sim Sports TCR. A great team, doing a smashing job. And we're just going to round it up. We have one more interview for the evening. And out of all people that we get to speak to as well, I believe live from Zolder, we have Andy with us from Sky Limits. Hi, mate. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
And what did you make of the race? It was another action-packed one with plenty of incidents, plenty of overtaking, and a very deserving race winner in the end.
I was not so happy with the start because we have some very good things in the rulebook, and if everybody follows it, then we don't have this incidents at the start line or even before the start line. So we will push the guys to read the rulebook a bit better. And for the rest, once the race was going, yeah, with this 4 classes, you always have a lot of passing. There can be some misunderstandings, but I think it was exciting in the TCR class. The top 3 were in a few seconds during the last hour of the race, and also in the front we see the finish was only with 4 seconds difference. I think we had a great race.
Well, it was great to watch up here from the commentary box as well, and with all these classes of different speeds as well. I mean, when you see the Radical in comparison to the cars like the TCR, which we're looking at now, it's sort of heart in your mouth stuff most of the time when you watch these guys try and negotiate through it. When you have those sort of moments on screen, even from a race director's point of view, what do you reckon goes through your mind? Are you thinking just please no contact, or are you sometimes looking for these things to happen so you can really bring the standards to where they should be?
Yeah, so we gave some penalties for people who did real avoidable stuff. There are also, of course, you always have some misunderstandings between 2 drivers where you can have an incident where the drivers have to learn of because they will get some damage to the car or they get some accident points and everything. So if you have racing incidents or if you are banging doors or something like that, this is what we let them do a little bit because they punish themselves at that point. But I think the driver standard will be better during the season because the guys get points now, and it's sometimes better to have 3 times a 4th place than having 1 win, 1 second place and 2 times no finish. So it's consistency is very important in a championship.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking of the championship, how do you reckon we're set up for the rest of it after tonight? I mean, it was a great start, and do you think the other races can continue to be as good as that?
I think, like Zolder, we saw already in the last test race we did. So the first event we had, that it can be. That you have to have more respect on track than in Spa because it's not as wide. but the speeds are also lower. So the speed where the radicals are catching the other cars is the difference is less in Zolder. And then afterwards, when we go to Le Mans and Daytona, it will be, I think, amazing. It will be a lot of slipstream work, and these are two tracks which are very well known for endurance racing, where there's a lot of room to pass. So I think that those races can be very good, and then we have a little gap in the calendar before the 24 hours, so that teams can get some more drivers to add to the teams and to practice a lot for the 24 hours. So yeah, I think it will be a good season.
For sure, definitely, I agree, and it's been a pleasure to do it for you as well, and obviously do the broadcast and the commentary. Just before we let you go though, mate, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to in particular?
Of course, Ronald, who is setting up everything, and who was the real race director next to me here. I always let him make the final decision, and with my experience I give him some advice. So I think it went very well, the setup and everything, and there were some last minute issues with some teams who were too late with entering and stuff like that, but I think this will also get better when all the drivers get to know the system better.
Smashing. Well, nicely said, mate. Good to speak to you, and we'll speak to you at the next round.
Okay, see you in 1 week, or hear you in 1 week.
Yeah, will do.
Okay, bye.
Andy there, one of the series organisers, and just to round things out, Hasse, another brilliant endurance race for us to commentate on, mate. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. It was really good all the way through. I think we were given some really good racing to watch. We had some controversy indeed, but nothing more that we can handle. I think we weren't left completely speechless. And can I just say thanks for all the nice comments coming in there from you guys, thanking us for the broadcast and such. We do really appreciate it, both Chaz and I. It's been so much fun. I want to say it's yet again Chaz being here in the booth with you. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It really has. It's always good to work with you, mate. And thank you again. I reflect his comments on everybody just saying how well we do with these broadcasts. It's there is a lot of work that goes into it behind the scenes, but as long as you guys enjoy it and the racing's good to watch, it's all worth it in the end. And we really do appreciate that you at least give us the feedback on how we do, and we can't wait to bring you the rest of the season. That is going to bring us to the end of the broadcast, though. I have been Chaz Draycott with the brilliant Hasse Rømer joining me in the commentary booth. We will be back with you in a week for the next round of the virtual Belcar eSeries. Have yourselves a great evening. We'll see you next time round.